has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, the petitioner seeks the intervention of the National Assembly in repealing Section 226 of the Penal Code, Cap 63, to decriminalize attempted suicide. Having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, and further, that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the Standing Orders 2272. Yes, Julius Sunguli, you want to speak to this?
Yes.
You don't have to stand up. You simply wait and I can invite you to speak. What I don't understand for lawyers like Murugara is whether everybody who attempts suicide is a psychiatric case or a mental patient.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Not necessarily that way. I think there may be circumstances away from mental illness that may force one to do this. There needs to be an examination. Sometimes it may also be criminal. To try and avoid the due process, you want to kill yourself quickly because you've committed a more serious and heinous offense.
Sunguli.
So we'll look at this.
Yes. Honorable Julius Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge, I would like to support this petition and urge the committee to actually consider matters that will lead to legislating on this matter. Mr. Speaker, attempted suicide is one of those, I think, two offenses where when you attempt to do an offense and you don't succeed, then you are punished.
Because if you succeed, then you will not be there to be punished.
Mr. Speaker, but in the United Kingdom, as you know, suicide itself used to be punished. That once you commit suicide, your property was taken by the state and your inheritance was destroyed. But in 1961, the United Kingdom decriminalized suicide, and later on they decriminalized attempted suicide. Our society is so complex now, we don't even know why people are killing themselves. But the majority of the people who are killing themselves are not people who really want to die, but there are people just who don't want to live because their lives are becoming so desperate. There is a difference between wanting to die and not wanting to live, because if there was an alternative, they would take it. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we use the opportunity of psychiatric knowledge to try and cure the ills that are in our society. People are killing themselves. In Kilgoris, for instance, and the rest of the places, and pastoralist places, the way people kill themselves is by taking cattle dip, the acaricide that you use for killing ticks. This is becoming so common. And to get a person who is already in problems and who has just survived death, and then you want to come and imprison that person, I think it is not doable. Let us be a more understanding society and decriminalize attempted suicide, and as indeed the suicide itself has been decriminalized.
If suicide is complete, there's no criminal, Julius. I don't know what you're
Mr. Speaker, you were speaking to the other member, but I'd say that in the United Kingdom, yes, you are punished if you committed suicide, yes, because your property would be taken away, yes, and your inheritance would be vanquished. But now it's no longer an offense in Britain. It's not an offense in Kenya. Attempted suicide shouldn't be an offense punishable at all, but should be a case for doctors to handle and for society to see how to cushion distressed members, because we are all suffering from depression.
Herman, health. Take 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the petition by Professor Atwoli, the Professor of Psychiatry. Honorable Speaker, attempted suicide is a mental illness. And being a mental illness, I think it should not be criminalized. These are people who require treatment, and they require more so either psychological or psychiatric treatment. Honorable Speaker, as the committee looks into that, we also have cases of judges and magistrates admitting patients to mental hospitals, where you will find that the judge declares that a patient be admitted to Mathare Mental Hospital, and once they have been admitted to Mathare Mental Hospital, you wonder how that patient, once he's gotten well, is going to be discharged, because we have people who have stayed permanently in Mathare Mental Hospital, and that is a serious case. And even you wonder who should be paying the bill, because I think as the committee looks into it, they need to even go further so that they look at, because it should be the doctor who is admitting to Mathare, and once the patient is fit to stand trial, then the doctor discharges from Mathare to court so that the court can now sentence that person, instead of admitting to the Mathare and the person stays in Mathare forever. So, Honorable Speaker, I think these are many issues that I think the committee will need to look into it, and if possible, they should be able to invite Professor Atwoli, invite also the CEO of Mathare Mental Hospital, because there are many issues that deals with mental illness. And I'm also willing to also appear before the committee so that we can shed more light on that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also would like to support the petition and say that in the last Parliament, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights also sent a petition to this House, urging this House to amend Section 226 of the Penal Code to decriminalize attempted suicide. Honorable Speaker, science has shown that people who are mentally stable do not end their lives or attempt to end their lives. And therefore, if there's anybody who is attempting to end their lives, they basically, essentially have a mental condition. So what they really require is to be given treatment. So to prosecute such people in courts, Honorable Speaker, is not justifiable. And I want to agree with the petitioners that this House needs to make that consideration and decriminalize the section of the penal code that allows it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to oppose this petition, and I want to oppose it vehemently. Life in the Constitution is described as sacred. It should be preserved. It is illegal to take the life of another person, same as it is illegal to take your life. You know, why would you want to jail someone for taking another person's life, for attempting to take another person's life? But when one person wants to take his life, you say it is okay. I think God meant people to live, not to be killed or to kill themselves. And they have to die at a certain situation where it must happen by God's grace or God's will. But Honorable Speaker, if we decriminalize attempted suicide in this country, we will be picking people in the streets, so many of them, having killed themselves. We must ensure that every Kenyan looks at life from... Why do we oppose abortion then? Why do we say we are pro-life as a country? But here we're saying that we want to decriminalize a situation where someone takes away. Honorable Speaker, as a Christian and as a person that believes that life is sacred and must be preserved, I oppose this petition, and I want to ask this House never to pass a law like that. Yes, we'll stand to be judged. And I think the Christian fraternity needs to come out and tell Atwoli he is wrong to say those things. And I want to stand with all other Christians in the world that believe that we are pro-life, we must preserve life and let life go because God has willed, but not because man has willed that that person must die. That I will stand, and even when they bring I will oppose it, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the member at the back, is that member for Mwalio? Yes, Honorable Mwalio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in one of the 10 commandments, the Bible says, thou shalt not kill. And therefore, even killing yourself is an offense and it is a sin. So we should not set an example, because people will say Parliament has already passed that petition for them to kill themselves, and they will kill themselves very many because we have passed it in this house. So I oppose that petition.
Member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we missed the point when we do not understand where the petition is coming from. We passed in the last Parliament a very robust law on mental health. Unfortunately, we have not had the capacity to fully implement the same. There's a joke that goes around, Honorable Speaker, that in heaven there's no beer. I do not think any person of sane mind would want to take their life away. There has been medical data that mental illnesses for a very long time in the African society have not been addressed adequately, because even in the village, we used to say, quote unquote, yule mwenda wazimu. We do not understand that in the 21st century, it is a disease like any other. It is a condition that must be addressed medically. These people undergo clinical testing. They see therapists. Honorable Speaker, I can tell you it is very expensive in this country to see a therapist. A local person in Kirinyaga County, a local resident, cannot afford 3,000 Kenya shillings per session of 1 hour to see a therapist. Mental health must be addressed by this Parliament, the 13th Parliament, adequately. The Ministry of Health must also fund county governments to address issues of mental health adequately. We are not sanctioning or saying that people should take away their lives. We are saying these people need help. Let us come up with solutions to help them so that they stay here longer with us. And like we all know, we wait for the time when the Lord decides. So let us address the concerns of mental health without bringing in religion or saying that this house or that petition would be sanctioning somebody taking away their life. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ochanda.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know Professor Lukoyo personally, and I know how much he's been into this for a while. Mr. Speaker, committing suicide generally is understood that it's never instant. There is a process before it. There are many things that have happened before one decides to take his life or her life. That is generally understood to be so. But then there are situations where we look at extreme anger. Somebody who is extremely angered by whatever and says, no, can't face this anymore and commits suicide. Oh, my mic is gone. This is something that needs to be looked at differently. So I think in my view, what the petition ought to have looked at is, can we subject the issues of suicide to processes before one commits suicide? And I think that's when it will make a lot of sense. Otherwise, the whole issue of life is also very important. That it's not good that one takes away their lives on their own, even if it's by somebody else or by their own. But then, the most critical thing is, most situations where we have issues of suicide are followed by many other incidents, many other activities, many other processes that by the end of the day, one concludes that I don't want to face this anymore and I have to commit suicide. So I think we need to have those breaks in between so that before we end up saying that you attempted to commit suicide and that is looked at in isolation, the petition wants to look at it in terms of a process. What leads you to that kind of a situation where you want to commit suicide? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes. Member for Tambaj. Yes, go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You normally don't sit around here.
Yes,
yes.
I'm always on that other end.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes.
I wish to add my voice to this petition that is presented about people attempting suicide. I believe the petition holds substance and deserves my support, in the sense that when somebody attempts suicide, there are many factors which led him to take that position. So if the person survived if he survived attempting suicide, I think we should sympathize with that person. He should not be punished for that attempt. We really do not know what has led him to that. I think that is someone who should be sympathized with, given a lot of counseling and support, but not punished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no data, there is no information at all that criminalizing suicidal attempt has improved or reduced suicidal attempt. But what I want to say is that sometimes we use money or funds in wrong interventions. Instead of taking that person to prison and leaving all this entire household in a more abject poverty, it is more improving the suicidal ideation, which can result into attempt, more than if you leave this person in the household and have some measures, which I'm suggesting, my chair is listening, that instead of Madari, we decentralize mental services to the primary health care so that they can be addressed at the household and also dispensaries and health centers. Because, Mr. Speaker, speaking the truth, suicidal ideation and attempts, and some are completed, is an epidemic because people are not really surviving. It's not like Sunkuli says that they don't want to live. I think they can't live. They see that they can't live, that's why they take their life. So I support the petitioner. I think we should decentralize mental health to primary health care.
Lisa Chelule. Give Honorable Chelule the mic.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kunipatia hii nafasi pia mimi nichangie ombi ambaye imeletwa katika bunge hili na daktari moja katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ni mambo ambayo inahusu mauaji ya watu ama mtu binafsi kuchukua nafasi.
Hiyo si Kiswahili sanifu, kujitia kitanzi. Kujitia kitanzi.
Okay, kutisia.
Au kujaribu kujitia kitanzi.
Okay. Ninaongea juu ya mwenye anaweza kuuawa ama mwenye anaamua kuchukua kujitia kitanzi. Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kabla mtu hajaamua kujiua ama kujitia kitanzi, kuna sababu fulani ambaye imemfanya afanye hivyo. Hivyo nataka kusema hiyo ni shida ya ugonjwa na pengine ni shida ya akili. Bwana Spika, inafaa tutofautishe vitu viwili. Katika Biblia, Mungu amesema mtu afai kujiua ama kuua mwenzake. Mtu afai kukufa sababu ya suicide ama kujitia kitanzi ama kuamua kuua mtu mwingine, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo mawili hapa Bwana Spika. Kuna mambo ya kujiua ama kujitia kitanzi ama kuua mtu mwingine, na kuna mambo ambayo inahusu akili, kama mtu ako na shida ya akili yake, ako mgonjwa, anafaa kupelekwa hospitali. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, tukisema yule mtu anajiua ama kujitia kitanzi ama kuua mtu mwingine anafaa kupelekwa hospitali kwanza, sawa kupelekwa hospitali, lakini watu wengine kwa hasira ama kwa chuki anaweza kuchukua hii nafasi kuua mwenzake. Kwa hivyo sisemi nitapinga ama naweza kusema ninapinga ombi hilo. Lazima ichunguzwe kwanza. Kuna mambo mawili ambayo imechangia shida ambayo imeletwa katika bunge hili. Asante Bwana Spika.
On that.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are many factors that could precipitate suicide. And the owner of this petition or the drafter of the petition has only taken one angle, which is mental incapacitation, Honorable Speaker. So I think, Honorable Speaker, life being so sacrosanct, this House cannot administer an easier process that leads to extermination of life. I do believe that judges and magistrates, before they make a final determination as to the guilt or otherwise of an accused person, they usually recommend for mental examination before that decision is made.
Only in homicide cases.
Only in homicide. Therefore, even if this House would make changes to that effect, then that medical examination should also include cases of suicide, Honorable Speaker. But we are not going to allow Kenyans to take out their lives at will, because basically that is what this petition is intended to achieve. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Wajir West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to oppose this motion.
It's a petition.
I mean to oppose this bill or proposal or petition. Mr. Speaker, Islamically, suicide is not allowed. And if I quote the Honorable, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, indeed, whoever intentionally kills himself, then certainly he will be punished in the hellfire. Mr. Speaker, if God himself decided to punish those who commit suicide, as human beings, we have no power to not to punish them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe anybody who is taking his own soul should be punished, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I oppose the petition. Thank you.
Yes, member for Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the petition by Professor Tuoli on this particular critical issue of suicides. And I want this House not to mix people's religious beliefs and our ability to legislate justice for all our citizens. You know, people who are committing suicide are mostly people with mental illness, people who are not psychologically balanced, people who have problems in their own lives and feel that it's not worth living life on earth. So to bring in biblical or Quranic verses in order to oppose it is rather out of place. And I think we should decriminalize and make sure that, in fact, the patients who survive get the medical attention that they need psychologically and get the necessary help that they need. I had some member of parliament say that, in fact, we will be encouraging more people to commit suicide. But even if you took someone who is not balanced and who has survived to prison, they can still hang themselves in prison. There's no deterrent. So I think we should give them the support that they need. We should protect them, and we should make sure that, in fact, they get cured so that they can enjoy living a happy and a wonderful life in Kenya and on this world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Rueda, you'll be the last on this.
Bwana Spika, mimi nataka sisi hapa bunge tuwe makini sana. Na sioni kama ni sawa tukisema sisi tusifate dini. Katiba yetu inatambua dini zote. Tunasema hivi, Bwana Spika, katika Uislamu kujiweka kitanzi ni katika dhambi kubwa sana. Na naamini kwa Biblia ni hivyo hivyo. Lakini pia Qurani inasema mtu yule haandikiwi madhambi ni watu watatu. Ni mtu yule ambaye hana akili mpaka wakati wake akili itakapokurudi, na pia mtoto mdogo, na mwingine ni yule amelala mpaka atakapokuamka. So kama kutakuwa na njia hapo ya kuhakikisha kweli hana akili then hapo tunasema hana dhambi. Lakini kuna watu wanatumia hizi nafasi, hata mtu akikosana na bwanake ameoa bibi mwingine, sisi wengine angalau tunakubali wanne, lakini kuna wengine wakiolewa tu mmoja, anakunywa, anajifanya amekunywa, hataki, ni drama tu anafanya, kumbe hiyo anafaa kuwa punished. So kuna mambo mengine hapo yasiingizwe katikati mtu akatumia hiyo advantage. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Okay, the petition is committed to the Committee on Public Petitions. Is Nimrod here? They report back in 60 days. Honorable members, before the next order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, allow me, on my behalf and on your behalf, to welcome back to the House your colleague from Isiolo North, the Honorable Samal, who has been battling with some ailment for several months and has missed attending this House for close to a year. We thank God that he is now recuperating properly. He still has some challenges, but he's come to see the Speaker and informed the Speaker that he's now able to attend the House at least minimally for 20-30 minutes to an hour per session. And we all must wish him a quick recovery so that he can continue discharging his duties on behalf of the electorate of Isiolo North. Honorable Samal, welcome back, and we wish you quick recovery. I don't know if he's able to speak well. Honorable Samal, are you able to say something? It's difficult from what I noticed.
Hello. Welcome.
And Honorable Samal, don't stress yourself. We wish you a very quick recovery. And from the time I saw you at the hospital and now, I can report to the House that there is tremendous progress in the recovery of Honorable Samal. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, August 13, 2023. Submission of nominee to the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee for Hamisi constituency by the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. Number 2, National Government Budget Implementation Review Report of the first 9 months of the year 2023 for the year 2023 to 2024 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Number 3, County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report of the first 9 months of the year 2023-2024 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Number 4, reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statement of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, for the year ended 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: A. Bobasi, B. Bomachoge, C. Bonchari, D. Bondo, E. Emuhaya, F. Hamisi, G. Ijara, H. Kangundo, I. Kitutu Chache North, J. Kisumu Central, K. Kisumu West, L. Lafe, M. Lagdera, N. Mandera East, O. Mandera South, P. Mbere North, Q. Narok East, R. Nyakach, S. Nyando, T. Nyatike, U. Rerienda, V. Sabatia, W. Seme, X. Suna East, Y. Wajir South, and Z. Yata. Honorable Speaker, I lay the papers.
Chairperson, Select Committee on Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 13th August 2024. Report of the Select Committee on Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, that is Senate Bill number 19 of 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairperson, Diaspora and Migrant Workers Committee. Aika.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 13th August 2021. The report of Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee on the study visit to Philippines from 7th to 12th August 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Haika. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Honorable Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, 13th August 2024. The report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the inquiry into the state of security in the 6 counties of North Rift, of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, declared as disturbed areas.
Honorable Tongoyo. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, Dr. Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, that Tuesday, 13th of August 2024, report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its consideration of the Mang Bean Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Mutunga. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Tongoyo.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the inquiry into the state of security in the 6 counties of North Rift, of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, declared as disturbed areas, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 13th August 2024.
Thank you, Honorable
Delayed.
Next order.
Thank you.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
I'll start with your Chepkonga, yes?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, about 2 weeks ago, you referred a statement by the Honorable Kawanjiku, the Member of Parliament for Kiambaa, with regard to some agreement that was signed by the National Treasury and with a company in Kenya to grant them waivers of taxes. Mr. Speaker, we had a meeting this morning where we interrogated the officials from the Ministry of Treasury. Unfortunately, there were certain documents, critical documents, that were not presented to us, although they came with a statement which was extremely very wanting. So we are seeking, Mr. Speaker, a further 2 weeks to receive the necessary documents that we have requested and for them to give us the information that we have sought from them. So we are seeking for 2 weeks.
2 weeks extension granted.
Mr. Speaker, can I take also this opportunity to extend an invitation to members of Parliament? Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 83. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the President will be granting Eldoret city status. He will be granting a charter on the 21st, on Thursday, to make Eldoret the 5th city in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Uasin Gishu is the home of the home of champions, which was this city, Mr. Speaker. So on behalf of the members of Parliament, who come from the Eldoret city, Mr. Speaker. As you know, all the 6 constituencies have been delineated to touch Eldoret city. So every member of parliament brings their milk, brings their wheat, brings their maize, following their constituency all the way to Eldoret, Mr. Speaker. So on behalf of the members of parliament, the Honorable Barto, the member of parliament for Moiben, on behalf of the member of parliament for Kapseret, the Honorable Oscar Sudi, engineer, on behalf of the member of parliament for Taribu, the Honorable Sitiene, on behalf of the member for Soy, the Honorable David Kiplagat, popularly known as DK, Mr. Speaker, and also the member of parliament for Keses, the Honorable CPA Ruto, and finally, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker herself, the county member of parliament for Wasingishu, the Honorable Gladys Boss. We would like to warmly extend our rich welcome to the members of this house to attend the grant of the charter to Eldoret City as the 5th city in this republic. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a city which has produced very many champions. This is the home where the first athlete to get gold medal, Kipchoge Keino, this is where he resides, Mr. Speaker. So it would be, and it is intended, Mr. Speaker, that he will be recognized. And so it will be a very nice thing, Mr. Speaker, if members of parliament, because this is not an Wasingishu matter, Mr. Speaker. This is the pride of a country, that we have now the 5th city, Mr. Speaker. You know, other countries just have 1 city. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, we are proud to have 5 cities, Mr. Speaker. And I see on the Bumbui acknowledging, Mr. Speaker, and also seeking that makwiny one day will be a city. And this is a learning experience, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, Eldoret is a sister to a number of cities, to a number of towns around that border this county, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Bungoma is one of them, Trans Nzoia, Kericho, Bomet, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Kitale, Mr. Speaker. I've been corrected by the Honorable Bukose. That's where he comes from, and he plans to attend, Mr. Speaker. So you are most welcome to attend this grant of this charter,
yes,
Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Gosia, what is your information?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform my colleague here, there is no place called Makwiny. He should have said Wote. Makwiny is just a name, but the town is called Wote, Mr. Speaker.
Corrected, Mr. Speaker, by a person who knows. Mr. Speaker, as you know, CNN, popularly known as CNN. You know, he watches CNN, so he has more information than myself. So I agree, Mr. Speaker.
Next, we go to the statement by Honorable David Ocheng. The Honorable Ocheng is not in the house. We'll stay to tomorrow. Next is Mashua Waithaka, MP for Kiambu. Honorable Mashua, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the arrest and prolonged detention of 2 Kenyan citizens in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Honorable Speaker, 2 siblings, Mr. Kevin Bogwa of passport number BK3490508 and his sister, Ms. Neneli Wangoi of passport number AK0227614, who hail from Dumberi in Kiambu constituency, were arrested in Dubai in December 2023 under unclear circumstances and are currently being held incognito by Dubai authorities in Ajman jail. Their detention has now persisted for nearly 8 months. This prolonged incarceration without clarity on proceedings or due process has caused distress among the family members. The lack of communication has left the family in a state of fear and uncertainty regarding the fate of their loved ones. It is deeply troubling that no formal charges have been filed against the two siblings. This situation also raises questions about the safety and well-being of Kenyans abroad and the effectiveness of our diplomatic interventions in such cases. Honorable Speaker, it's against this backdrop that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on, one, the current status of Mr. Kevin Bogwa and Ms. Nelly Wangoi, who are detained in Dubai. Two, steps to provide consular support and ensure communication between the detained individuals and their family in Kenya. And three, diplomatic measures being taken by the government to engage with UAE authorities to resolve this matter and ensure the preparation of the two Kenyans to rejoin their family. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who is the chair for foreign? That is Nelson Koech. Is he here? Any member of the committee? Majority leader, inform them. Yes, Kandie? You bring the response in 2 weeks.
I will let my committee know that the report should be done in 2 weeks. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Joseph Namwar, Turkana Central. Give, okay. There you are.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy.
Speak with some energy, we can't hear you.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the incomplete projects in Turkana County by the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. Honorable Speaker, the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority was established under Section 30 of the Water Act 2016 with the main mandate of undertaking development of national public works, water works for water resources storage and flood control on behalf of the national government. The authority plays a critical role in promoting access to water for Kenyans as enshrined in the Constitution. However, it is deeply concerning that despite the Kawalase flood control project in Turkana County receiving budgetary allocations in financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and the last financial year 2023-2024 for gabion construction and river training works, no tangible progress has been made by the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. The lack of progress on the project not only denies the people of Turkana access to water, but also leaves them vulnerable during the recurring floods that have caused devastating losses in the region. If this situation continues, more catastrophic losses are expected, including the risk of displacement of Napetet village and the adjacent Lodwar airstrip in Lodwar municipality. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the following. One, what are the reasons for the slow progress and incomplete status of the Kawalase flood control project by the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority in Turkana County? Number two, could the ministry provide a report on the utilization of funds allocated to the project from financial year 2018-2019 to financial year 2023-2024? Number three, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure timely completion of these stalled projects? And number four, What steps is the ministry taking to enhance project oversight, management, and accountability to prevent similar occurrences of incomplete projects in future in Turkana County? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
1 minute. Yes, Bowen, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the
weeks.
national water harvesting has had serious challenges and is among the institutions listed as 47 to be winded up. Mr. Speaker, I will take up with the ministry and I should bring a report in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Catherine Omanyo, Honorable Member for Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement regarding the status of fishermen in Budalangi, Kenya-Uganda border area. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations regarding the harassment of Kenyan fishermen in Lake Victoria. Honorable Speaker, the Lake Victoria is the largest freshwater lake in Africa and the second largest in the world. It is a shared resource among the Republic of Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and supports the livelihoods of millions of people, particularly those who depend on fishing. It is regrettable that Kenyan fishermen continue to face many challenges arising from transboundary conflicts with Ugandan authorities. One of these conflicts is the frequent arrest and detention of Kenyan fishermen by Ugandan security forces, who accuse them of trespassing into Ugandan waters or operating without valid licenses. According to reports, Ugandan police officers often confiscate the boats and equipment of Kenyan fishermen and demand hefty bribes from their release. Some of these bribes can be as high as Uganda shillings 700,000, which is equivalent to Kenya shillings 30,000 per person. In some cases, Ugandan security forces have also used violence against Kenyan fishermen, resulting in injuries or even deaths. Honorable Speaker, these incidences violate the rights and dignity of Kenyan fishermen who are entitled to fish in the lake as per the agreements and protocols signed by the East Africa Community EAC member states. These agreements and protocols include the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, LVFO, which was established in 1994 to promote sustainable management and development of the fisheries resources in the lake. The LVFO also aims to foster cooperation and coordination among the riparian states on issues such as fishing licenses, regulations, enforcement, monitoring, and research. These incidences undermine the spirit of friendship and integration between Kenya and Uganda, which have a long history of bilateral relations and cooperation. The two countries share not only common border, but also a common culture, language, heritage, and destiny. Honorable Speaker, it is again this backdrop that I seek a statement from the Departmental Committee of Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on the following. 1. Steps being taken by the ministry to engage with the government of Uganda to ensure that Kenya fishermen in Lake Victoria are treated with respect and dignity, and that any disputes over fishing rights are resolved amicably and peacefully. 2. Strategies put in place by the ministry to work with LVFO and other stakeholders to harmonize the fishing policies and procedures in the lake and to provide adequate support and protection to Kenyan fishermen. And lastly, measures put in place to enhance security and surveillance in the lake and to collaborate with Ugandan authorities to prevent and punish any acts of harassment or extortion against the Kenyan fishermen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo. Yes, Wanjala. What do you... That is her statement. You want to be a joyrider?
To add some additional information we have just gotten now to support her. Mr. Speaker, on 11th July, they arrested 8 people from Budalang in the lake, from Bunyala South, location, Bunyala South Ward. 1, Joseph Ouma Kudira, ID number 1727955. Number 2, Joseph Ouma Kudira, Moses Kudira, ID 22968364. Stephen Okoch, 16 years old. Preston Sanya, ID 27492504. Patrick Namuonja, 33478402. Zedekiah Oguta, 257547-6, John Oboloti, and lastly, Michael Wafula. And Mr. Speaker, we want to tell the Ugandans that all the rivers that flow into Lake Victoria, that feeds Lake Victoria, are from Kenya. And fish is bred in Kenya, but goes into deeper waters. That's why our people go there, and it's a shared resource. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Waundo. Give him the mic.
Speaker, I'm one of the constituencies I represent that is heavily, badly affected by the so-called, let me call them, sorry Speaker, bad manners of our Ugandan neighbors. Honorable Speaker, hardly a week ends without reports of abduction. Actually, this is not even arrest, it's abduction. Honorable Speaker, they come all the way to the shores of Lake Victoria on the Kenyan side and abduct our fishermen forcibly so that they can give them the 30,000 they always crave for every single day. And when we ask them why they do that, they say the military and the police in Uganda are not paid any salary, so they are suffering, and that's why they come to look for little money. But Honorable Speaker, for us from Funyula, we have found a way of dealing with them. You take our boats, you take our people, we also hold yours. It's now become, we hold yours at ransom and we trade off. So, Honorable Speaker, we really want the two countries to have a discussion, including Tanzania. We put this matter to an end once and forever. These are shared resources where people with the same language, same culture, same tradition. We do not know why they keep on harassing us. If we continue doing this, we are going also to look for self-help measures so that we resolve this matter once and for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a matter, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be addressed seriously by the East African community leadership, because it has happened over and over again. And most of the time, the Kenyan fishermen are always arrested in Uganda. They are punished, like it has been said. Some are kept in cells for so long, and then it goes just like that. So, Mr. Speaker, we really need our government to take this matter very seriously, because when they come to Kenya, the Ugandans, Kenyans do not hold them the way they are. So our apparatuses also need to be very seriously on the ground to protect the Kenyans, and not only about fishermen, about even all other traders across the borders between Kenya and Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to probably suggest that the Committee on Regional Integration also, hello, Mr. Speaker. No, he's not hearing. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to suggest that the Committee on Regional Integration probably be involved in this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in this statement.
Bondo, member for Bondo.
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious menace.
Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of the conflict between Kenya and Uganda, particularly our fishermen, is a menace. And the time that this will be addressed, I think there's going to be a lot of peace in that region. If at all we are completely unable to determine our boundaries, let's use the simplest way, even if it's a string. Can we have it on the lake? For anybody else, if you are crossing from Ugandan side, you get to know you are at the boundary. Or if you are crossing from the Kenyan side, you get to know that you are at the boundary. Because it is difficult. Nobody can know exactly where that boundary is. And what we are conflicting on is fish. Even when you had a boundary over the water, fish will never respect that boundary. They will cross left and right. So the most important thing is that we must get a harmonious way of coexisting, particularly between Kenyans and the Ugandan side, but more so the people who are using the resources on the lake, Mr. Speaker. It's something that has been there for long, it's been persistent, and we must get a solution to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a big problem for all people around the lake. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw attention that there was actually 2 years ago, we passed and established the Coast Guard as a unit which function was to actually guard the coast and actually protect the fishermen. And this, it was expected that by the time the Uganda forces come in, they would probably meet our Coast Guards and therefore resolve this issue without affecting the fishermen. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what we should look at, what does the Coast Guard do, particularly in Lake Victoria? It was actually expected that a base would be established somewhere around Busia. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something we really must address as a country.
Yes, lastly, Bukosa. Mutunga, you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by Honorable Wanjala, the member for Putalangi, is a very serious issue, and I think it needs attention because all of us, especially who live along the border, these resources must be shared equally and without discrimination. We are all signatories to the East African Federation, and as East Africans, we should not have police arresting the people of Putalangi, the people of Endebes, the people of Funyula, or the people of Matayos. They should be freely moving, whether they are fishermen or they are hunters and gatherers, so that they get whatever resources they need to get. So I think this is something that should be addressed by the head of state of Kenya, President Ruto, together with his brother, President Museveni, so that this issue can be solved once and for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's end here on this. Mutunga, take a minute. You'll be the last.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of skirmishes in Lake Victoria, especially aggression by the Ugandan people, and especially by the Ugandan government officials, is quite disturbing. Honorable Speaker, we wonder why we do not hear of such instances by the Kenyan security forces. The last time we had issues with Migingo Highland, and there was so much of aggression from Ugandan government. Honorable Speaker, this matter seems to be fizzling out. Whenever it comes up, we just discuss it here, and it doesn't take effect. We are asking the relevant institutions to take it up and deal with it to the conclusion, because, Honorable Speaker, we should not forget that the Second World War was caused by a single assassination in Europe. So Ugandans are going too far to cause a lot of aggression to the Kenyans. As we are resilient and we believe in neighborliness, we believe in friendship. When they had problems with Idi Amin and Bin Dada, they were living here and we never killed them. We never disturbed them. The waters actually come from Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, we don't understand why they should always be disturbing our people when they are even fishing on our side of the border. Honorable Speaker, this matter needs to be dealt with conclusively. Thank you, Honorable
Speaker. Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, Kandie, can you bring a response in 2 weeks?
We will do that, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Tongoyo, response to a statement by Wilberforce Oundo, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the statement by Honorable Owindo, MP for Funyala, had sec to Funyula, had asked, had requested to be informed the criteria of distribution of government vehicles to the National Government Administration officers, and also like specifically the question, the criteria for and the status of distribution, the step that the government has taken to ensure that all national government vehicles, administrative officers, particularly those in Funyula constituency, are facilitated with the vehicles, and when the ministry is supplying vehicles to the national government administration officers, especially in Sumia sub-county. I state as follows, Honorable Speaker. The ministry has a shortfall of 1,718 units of motor vehicles, way above what is allocated from the leasing program and budgetary allocation for the National Treasury for the purchase of motor vehicle. The ministry has embraced the leasing program as the best way to address the mobility challenges faced in the service delivery. In the year 2021, the ministry retained 200 units of Ford Ranger model motor vehicles after expiry of the leasing program, based on the mechanical report from the field administrative officers. The units were distributed to all the departments and field administration unit as follows. Deputy County Commissioners, 68 units. County Commissioners, pool for use by ACC in the county, 102. Departments in the ministry, 30, a total of 200. The question on regards to question number 2, the ministry has submitted requests to the National Treasury for a allocation of motor vehicles units under the leasing program, and the ministry is yet to get the allocation of motor vehicles. That is, Mr. Speaker, in the just budget, concluded budget, which actually I had mentioned last week. In regards to question number 2, Honorable Speaker, Samia sub-county was among 68 sub-counties that retained Ford Ranger model unit whose lease had expired. The MV registration GK B391H is the current vehicle in use by the Deputy County Commissioner. The pool vehicles at the County Commissioner, Busia County, are GK B369J and GK B745H. The ministry is awaiting the National Treasury to allocate funds for the leasing program. Once the motor vehicles are availed from the leasing program, the ministry will deploy them to the field administrative officers, of course, to include in this said sub-county. Priority will be given to the sub-counties that do not have leased motor vehicles, Samia sub-county included. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I submit.
Oundo, you satisfied? We got the next.
Honorable Speaker, yes, I'd had a discussion with the chair before, and what he has indicated here is what he had told me. Of course, Honorable Speaker, I'm not satisfied for 2 reasons. Number 1, the timelines are not given. As I stand here, Honorable Speaker, the vehicle he's talking about is actually grounded. GK B391H is actually grounded. And yet the County Commissioner indicates that even the ones that he has indicated here are not in good working condition. So I want to ask him to continuously engage the ministry so that we expedite the process. They can follow up the money in the treasury, and as they proceed with the leasing, please do not forget the various police stations in Funyula constituency that have got no vehicles at all. To an extent, Honorable Speaker, the police cannot mount any security operation. They have no vehicles. Sometimes they have to use bicycles or motorcycles to chase after criminals, which is now becoming a very dire situation
And I want to ask him to continuously press the ministry to make sure that we move with speed, address these issues. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Tongoyo, yes, because on the same?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you listen to Honorable Tongoyo, he is saying that county commissioners have been given 102 vehicles for use by ACCs. And I don't know how that distribution is done, because many of the ACCs, including ACCs in Endebess, in Jepchoina, and other places, they have no vehicle to use. And I don't think they are able to even access those bull vehicles. Secondly, you have, out of the vehicles that are bought, 68 are given to the DCCs. Then 30 are given for departmental heads. This means those vehicles are remaining in Nairobi within the departments, and yet we are starving those who are far away who could be able to utilize those vehicles. I think Honorable Tongoyo will need to go back to discuss further and give us even a breakdown on how the 102 vehicles to the county commissioners have been distributed. And if possible, get those 30 that have been given to departmental heads to be distributed to the various counties, so that ACCs, DCCs can be facilitated to be able to perform their duties.
Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the counter response from the members, but from actually the opening remarks, Honorable Speaker, I think I did make it very clear that there is an acute shortage of the motor vehicles. And it is not just actually in the sub-counties, the sub-county of the member, the concerned member, but to the majority of actually administrative units in the country. But the question, Honorable Speaker, lays in this House. It is a matter of resources, and the issue of resources is done by this House. So I will call upon all members, if we want to address the acute shortage of the motor vehicles among administrative units and officers, we allocate sufficient resources to the ministry so that they can able to lease more.
Go to the next. Is Joseph Namwar in the House? Okay, go ahead and respond to his statement.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The statement regarding the incident involving the Kenya Wildlife Service personnel in Marsabit County by the Honorable Member Turkana Central. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Turkana Central, Honorable Joseph Namur, had requested a statement regarding an incident involving Kenya Wildlife Service personnel in Marsabit County. The Honorable Member particularly requested to be informed detailed account of the incidents, including circumstances that led to the extensive force by the KWS, the specific action that has been initiated to ensure thorough investigation, and to ensure that the ministry has put in place to ensure that the family of one Mr. Esinyeni is compensated, and the step being taken to de-escalate tension between the KWS and the local communities, including collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, to prevent such tragic instances. Honorable Speaker, I want to state as follows. On 12th June 2024, at around 18:30, KWS officers based at Sibiloi Game Reserve were conducting a patrol along the shores of the Lake Turkana when they encountered an ambush and contact with armed illegal fishermen, whereby 2 KWS officers were fatally injured as follows. One, number 6099, Samuel Longalon, the assistant game warden, shot on the right part of the chest. Number 8249, CPL Michael Oreng, shot on the right part of the chest. The incident was reported to the North Hor Police Station. The bodies were later removed for the scene after processing by the OCS North Hor for KWS camp. Within the same game reserve, before being airlifted the following day to Nairobi for preservation and postmortem, On the 13th, Honorable Speaker, the KWS officers mounted operation along the shores of the lake in pursuance of the criminal and flushing out illegal fishing camps within the protected area. 3 days later, it was reported at Kalalok Police Station, Turkana Central Sub-County in Turkana County that Mr. Daniel Esinyen, a Turkana fisherman, was shot in the waters of Lake Turkana, allegedly by the KWS officers in retaliation. The investigation into the fatal killing of the 2 KWS officers has been opened, and the case is still pending under investigation by the DCIO North Horr. 2 persons were arrested but found not connected with the case and were charged for offense of illegal entry into a protected area. They pleaded guilty as charged and were sentenced to 3 years each by Marsabit Law Court. Investigation into the alleged murder of one Mr. Daniel Esinyen is also pending under investigation of DCIO North Horr. Honorable Speaker, the case is still pending under investigation. Once investigations are concluded, the necessary action will be taken against whoever found culpable. On the last question, Mr. Speaker, the multi-agency patrols are being mounted along the neighboring villages like Mwite, Kambi Turkana, and Kokai. In addition, sensitization of the members of the public on the importance of keeping law and order, like avoiding fishing in protected area and coexistence within the law enforcers is ongoing. The Coast Guard officers based at Lower Rengag based are closely monitoring against illegal fishermen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Kidhuri Kindiki. Kidhure.
Honorable Joseph, you satisfied? We got the next issue.
Honorable Speaker, I am not satisfied by the response. Honorable Speaker, this is a very emotive issue, and it must be understood by the CS, whom I have a lot of respect, the CS for Interior. And this incident is still ongoing as we speak. People are being killed, some are even dropped into the lake, and their fishing gear, boats are getting confiscated. Honorable Speaker, these are 2 separate incidents. When the 2 officers were killed, they were killed by poachers. Because in Sibiloi, there is fish and there are also the wild animals. So the poachers are the ones who killed the 2 KWS officers. And we give our condolences. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, the report of helicopter registration number 5Y KWM is not being reported. And this is the helicopter that was used to kill Daniel Esekwan inside the water. Honorable Speaker, as much as I agree that there is still a lot of investigation that needs to be done, there is need for a recommendation to have a manner in which the fishermen, the wild animals, can coexist with the community. Because, Honorable Speaker, there are 2 communities or tribes there. There is the Dasanach, the Merile sub-tribe of the Dasanach, and the Turkana. They coexist. But in their coexistence with the KWS, there is no demarcation to understand the extent at which the park, the lake in the lake, extends to. That needs to be understood. The same happens even in the central highland. Honorable Speaker.
Namwaro, you are now making a speech. You are to seek clarification.
Yes, Your Excellency, this is a very emotive issue that requires a lot of further investigation. It is not very light as it's being put by the CS Interior. And We are continuing to lose boats. We are continuing to lose the fishing gear. We are continuing to lose engines. In fact, some have even been burnt into ashes, and people are killed and thrown into the water. This is inside Kenya. It is not the case of Uganda versus Kenya. This is Kenyans against Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, we need further clarification on the same. That is why I'm saying the response given is not enough.
Tongoyo.
Thank you.
Your response is alleged not to be enough.
The issue of the helicopter, Honorable Speaker, the gunshot helicopter, I think is an allegation. It's not something that the member can really prove. But having said this, Honorable Speaker, I understand the magnitude and the seriousness of the issue. Maybe taking into account that now we have the CSS, maybe if the member needs more clarification, maybe I don't know, maybe your guidance, we can have it as a question time so that he can able to address it more further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to add on what my colleague from Turkana Central has put across. Mr. Speaker, this issue of KWS and fishermen in Lake Turkana is getting to a different level. The incident that happened, it is true, Mr. Speaker, sir, a number of fishermen from the Turkana side were killed by the helicopter, not even by the KWS. And we want to know, which helicopter was that? Was it a government helicopter or a private helicopter? Mr. Speaker, sir, up to 2 weeks ago, we've still been getting dead bodies on the shores of Lake Turkana in Nachukui. A number of them were picked up by the community along Lake Turkana shores. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the response that has been given is not satisfactory to us because this issue as the community in Turkana at some point might have to, I mean, if it is not put, if not handled well, they might have to, even fight the KWS because it is even said, Mr. Speaker, the people who killed officers and which we sympathize with the family, those who are descendants from Ethiopia, not the Turkanas. But when KWS was responding, it responded to fishermen who are not even around the highland. So there is a problem, and we need to sit with the DG, the Director General of KWS, so that this thing is sorted out. Because the killing is continuing. Our people are not even fishing, and that is their mainstay. So what is supposed to happen, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. Honorable Tongoyo, I suggest or direct that you have a meeting with the two members of parliament and indeed members from Turkana County so that you can further discuss this. Next order. Yes, Naisula. Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, on 24th of last month, I did request a statement regarding challenges facing the new higher education funding model, and you did direct the chairperson of the Committee of Education to respond in 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, and 2 weeks ended last week. And this is a very important statement. As we know, many students will be reporting to higher education institutions next month, and guardians and parents have anxiety over the new higher education funding model.
Where is the chair for education, Honorable Meli? Vice Chair, Malulu Injendi. Professor, you are a member?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You have the statement?
I can attempt to give
No, I don't want an attempt. Either you have the statement or
Yeah,
you don't.
I have the statement.
Are you able to respond now?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I am here to stand in for the chair to present to give a response to the statement by Honorable Naisula on the funding model, the university new funding model. Chair, on May 3rd.
Which chair? You are addressing the speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, on 3rd May 2023, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya announced the introduction of a new funding model in higher education effective from the financial year 2023-2024. It is a student-centered funding model, and it represents a shift from the previous model of the higher education funding board. This model, Honorable Speaker, aims to ensure equitable access to higher education by directly supporting students based on their financial needs rather than allocating funds to institutions. The shift, Honorable Speaker, from the previous funding is to move individualized and needs-based funding mechanism, funding to students. And it has 3 key elements. One is it has a mean testing instrument. It gives direct support to students, and it has special consideration to vulnerable groups. And this model, Honorable Speaker, is banded in 5 levels. So it's banded in 5. It has 5 levels. One is level 1 includes the estimated household income of below 5,995 per month. The second level is a group of persons whose income is 5,000 to 23,670 per month. The third level is the group which estimated household income is between 23,671 to 70,000 per month. And level 4 group represents estimated household income between 70,000 to 119,000 per month. Level 5, this group represents estimated household income above 120,000 per month. So each student is supposed to benefit from this university funding model based on these 5 levels. Band 1, I want to give an example of Band 1. If a student is supposed to be banded as Band 1, this student will get a scholarship, a loan, a percentage of scholarship, a percentage of loan, and a percentage of household. Level 1, or referred to as Band 1, this is a group, these are students drawn from extremely needy and vulnerable backgrounds in the society. Their survival is heavily dependent on government interventions. These include needy orphans, applicants sponsored in the Ministry of Education Elimu Fund, applicants in social protection, safety nets, and applicants with disabilities who are included under affirmative action. Students classified in this band should be coming from households earning below 5,995. And these students will get 70% scholarship, they will get 25% loan, and they will get 5% household. those students who are in level 2.
Order. Order, member for Kitui.
Sorry.
Order. Order, Robert Mbui. Is that Robert Mbui? Yes, you are now constituting a kamkunji, disrupting the proceedings of the House. Go on, Professor.
Thank you, Speaker. Band 2 are those students who are in level 2. These are the socio-economic gap between band 1 and 2 is so blurred that it is no clear distinction. That is, but those students who are in band 1 and band 2, the difference is very marginal. However, compared to the band 1, band 2 have some income but cannot sustain their basic needs like clothing, food, and shelter. This band 2 cannot survive without government support. Ideally, they deserve an equivalent government intervention like band 1, but with variable loans and scholarship. This group includes estimated household income between 5,000 to 23,670 per month. So this category of 1,670 per month. So this category of students will get a scholarship of 60%, they'll get a loan of 30%, and they will have household of 10%. The third band, Honorable Speaker, which is categorized as level 3.
How much more to go?
We are in band 3, we have 2 more. This category...
Can you try to paraphrase, Professor?
Yes?
Yes, Naisula.
Mr. Speaker, I was actually going to rise on a point of order that question 2 and 3, since I have the statement, it's quite a lengthy response, and these are things that I can read and keep the ministry to account. The important parts would be the 5 bands, and she's in band 2, but also question 3 on the breakdown of the university fees, and the last question on how the needy students will not be left out. She can leave out question 2, which is quite lengthy, and go straight to question 3 and 4. Because that one she'll be addressing to the public as well.
Professor, can you, because it's a long, winding statement, can you go to the last part that the member would want probably to question you?
I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. So I was in band 3, which is level 3. Band 3 is a composition of needy people.
She said, leave those bands and go to part, you said part 3.
She said,
yes. Yes. Yes, give to Mutunga, yes.
Honourable Speaker, that information is extremely important for us.
Okay, fine, go on.
Because we need to understand it as much as Kenyans need to understand it.
Go
and also
on,
the students. So please let her just read the 5 bands.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, band 3, which
Hold on, Professor, yes. Because
Honorable Speaker, we would also want the professor to simplify it, so that if we are to communicate to even members of public, when you are telling somebody they are band 1, band 2, band 3, you know, even members of public are following these proceedings. Can she make it more simpler, that it is able to communicate to the parent who has even not gone to school?
Professor.
Honorable Speaker, in response to the statement which has been made by Honorable Mutunga, and
band 3.
Let me continue. These particular bands, that band 1 to 5, is the differentiation or the different categories or categorizations of students in the colleges and universities. And the category which a student belongs will dictate how much school fees they are going to pay how much household they are going to get, and how much loans they are going to get from government. So at this level, I was in the student category who is considered as band 3 or level 3. And in this category, this is a category of people considered as needy with some modest income. That is a parent who is needy but has some income. And these are low cadre workers that also need significant government support to allow their students to continue. This is a group of people who get a salary or who get income between 23,671 to 70,000 per month. That is a parent whose income is between 23 to 70 is considered band 3. A band 4 parent or is at level 4. Yeah? Band 3 details. The scholarship they'll get is 50%, and then they'll get a loan of 30%.
Professor, there's a point of order. Yes, because next.
You know, Honorable Speaker, Professor had already given us those bands that band 1 is this much to that much. Now, what we want to understand, how much does the student qualify to get? Yeah? Because you had already said in the first category, they are getting 75%, then 15%, then 5%. But how much is that? Yeah? Can you break it down in a more simplified way? That the amount of money is this, and they are qualified to get this. Then the second category will get this amount of money. The third category will get this amount of money. And the fifth category will get this amount of money. So that people know how much they can be able to raise and how much the government can be able to give.
Through the speaker, when I am done with the different bands, I'll give an example of each, an example of how much a student is going to get in each band. Okay, I can give only one. This is because I must give, allow me to finish the characteristics of every band, and then I'll now give an example of how much. For instance, if we pick a student who is going to take medicine in a university, how much are they going to get?
No, and I still believe what you are saying would have been said in
Band 4, level 3, these are middle income earners under differentiated unit cost. This applicant could survive without funding, but the actual program cost created a justification for government funding. This group represents estimated household income for between 70,000 to 119,000 per month. So in that case, these are a group of parents who are maybe comfortable, they have an income, but the problem is the program the student is going to take at the university, because a student who is going to take B.Ed is different from that student who is going to take medicine. So they'll get 40% scholarship, 30% loan, and 30% household. And then finally, we have the level band 5, which is level 5. Band 5 are high income earners with an estimated income of 120 and above, and might need some modest government support as well, depending on the family size, the number of children in school, and tertiary level. And they might need support simply because they have a heavy burden. And these are people within the bracket of, or people who earn more than 600,000, and they can do without any government support. In this case, if they apply, they get 30% scholarship, 30% loan, and 40% household. And I don't need to answer question 2. I move to the, I don't also need to talk about the ways the ministry is communicating to the various stakeholders. There are multiple ways. That one can be, that one is already in the public domain. So I want to give a clear breakdown of just one case of a student.
A point of order from Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Listening to Professor, and she's trying to do the best that she can to communicate this information from the chair, or to respond to the matter that was raised by the Honorable Naisula. But it's important for us to fully understand, as people's representatives, and I'm sure that the students are also listening, and parents, it seems not to be very clear on these indicators that we are going to use. Mr. Speaker, is it possible for Professor to explain clearly this 30%, all these other percentages, those who are not going to get because of the fact that they have other means? Because it's not clear, Mr. Speaker. As the MP for Kitui South, I still do not understand what I will tell the students in my constituency, what indicators are being used to identify those who get 30%. Is it a study that is going to be done so that it is done in advance, that we know who gets what percentage, so that students do not get stranded? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to comment.
Yes, Dr. Mutunga. Hold on, Professor.
Honourable Speaker, the students are picked by COOPs, and then they are also given a form alongside for scholarship. This is the form that they fill all the details about their family backgrounds, especially the socioeconomic background of the family. Based on what they are filled in the form, that criteria, the criteria the professor is discussing, is used to assess into which band they will be placed. When you are given 70% scholarship, it means if the fee is 150,000 a year, then you pay 30% of that fee. And then you also qualify for 20% as loan now. 30% is scholarship, and then 20% you are given as loan, which you can pay after you are employed, and then 10% is also given for the household, for the upkeep of the students. That's how this is interpreted. And the students need to know that. What is important is for them to fill the forms comprehensively and give the correct information so that they can be considered fairly. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. This is a very, very, very important discussion we are having, because a lot of students have actually despaired. They are not even going to fill these forms. They are not working on it because the initial forms that they received scared them off university places. I know there was a circular by the secretary, the principal secretary, that they withdraw those forms. But you see, Honourable Speaker, those forms have not been withdrawn. And parents are really struggling to try to raise. I know parents in my constituency who are selling land and all that because this information has not been unpackaged to them. I have had an opportunity to organize for a fora where I brought all students and I brought help and I brought COOPs to talk to them. But you see, I couldn't reach to everybody. And yet, the deadline is on the 15th, which is, I think, Thursday, for filling those forms. And I would like to request the Minister of Education to extend this deadline so that we have more students apply. Actually, there are more students who have not applied than those who have applied because the information is not getting to the student. So, Honourable Speaker, probably you need to give a direction to the new Cabinet Secretary that has taken office to fast-track this issue. One, to extend the deadline, and two, to ensure that officers from HELP, officers from COOPs go up to the sub-county levels, get the students and the parents to be educated and they assisted in filling the forms so that we do not have any student disenfranchised because he didn't or did not get information. Honourable Speaker, this is important and I think your direction is needed.
Why don't we let...
But thank you, Honourable Speaker.
All these are very valid points. Hold on, Naisula. Professor, how much time do you require to finish reading the statement?
Honourable Speaker, just 5 minutes.
Pardon?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Let her finish, then you can...
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mutunga has aptly put it that the data generated in this, for these percentages emanates from the student himself or herself. And more so, the ministry already has a lot of data from students, because when they are joining secondary schools, they have their birth certificates, they have the details of their parents, and even from the NHIF card, which was still underused the other time, there is a lot of data. The ministry can access a lot of data in order to determine exactly how much an individual or a student can get. However, in situations where a student's data is not ably captured, they can always appeal. They also have appellate processes in this, in case you don't get the money. Mr. Speaker, I just want to give an example of a student who is categorized as band 1. That is that one who is very vulnerable and requires government support at all costs. I will give a case of a student who has been selected to take medicine, and that one who has been selected to take Bachelor of Arts. And Mr. Speaker, there was a problem initially where the ministry was giving student letters which indicated a lot of money. Like our program for medicine, a student was getting a fee structure of 612,000. And it was not necessary for the ministry to give unnecessary information, because I'm sure most of the members here who went to the university in the 80s and 70s, they were only, the letters they used to get from the university only indicated the amount the household is supposed to pay. They were not given information on what the government was to pay, which I think the ministry erred on that. They should only give the student, the fee structure should only indicate the household support the student is supposed to be paying to the university. So one is a case of a student taking medicine. The program costs 612,000, Mr. Speaker. In this case, the student gets 70% scholarship, 20 and 25, that is 25% tuition. Sorry, the student gets 70% scholarship, tuition 25%, and in this case it translates to the 5% the household the student is going to take home is 30,000. Sorry, the student is going to receive from the government as household, that is the money for upkeep, will be 30,600. But a student who is going to do Bachelor of Arts, let's take for BA, this student, the fee structure is supposed to indicate 122,400. This student is supposed to pay 85,000, is supposed to get 85,680 scholarship, is supposed to pay to get 30,600 loan, is supposed to get upkeep 60,000, and is supposed to pay only 6,100. So every student, depending on the program you are going to take at the university, you will get your fee structure depending on the course, and your funding will depend on which information you fill in the form. So it's not a uniform amount. Every student will get information depending on the data which you have given. And the last question, not the last, the one which Honorable Naisula said I should maybe give was the issue of the letters, the fee structure on the admission letters. I think as a committee, we had communicated that to the ministry, and we had given them instructions that they withdraw the letters which they had been given prior, and issue them with new letters with indicating the fee structure which the student is supposed to be paying, not the entire amount where the government is supposed to be supporting the student. And Mr. Speaker, that is the end of my presentation.
Naisula?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think Kenyans are in a position to still understand what is really going on with this higher education model. Having looked at the response, it's a good one if it works or if it is implemented correctly. It happens also with anything new that is being introduced. But we have to be careful. And I want to ask my questions as such, because we can't joke with the education of our children. Many children will not report to school, to TVETs, universities, and colleges if this information is not clear. So my first question is this. It is clear that this is a generated information. You key in and it comes out. I'm asking, has the ministry tested that? Has it been fed? And what has come out of it?
Has it been piloted?
Yeah, in so many words. Has it been, I was trying to get the word. I wanted to ask, has this been piloted, and what has been the response so far from the pilot? The second thing is this: how will a child in the remote areas of Nyiro, in Samburu, Uko, remote, ensure that they apply and they get the information that they need using the online process? Lastly, the issue of the loan. What are the terms? Is it the normal help, or are there new terms with the loan? Because, you know, the government is giving a lot of money, including the upkeep and all that. So is that really, is it a loan, and what are the terms of it? And are children in private universities benefiting? Not the COOPS-taken children, but if I want to take my child to a private university, do I benefit from this? So I think if first you could answer those questions, and then we'll see. And lastly, we don't want confusion. The deadline, as Honorable Mbaya has said, is on 15th. It's being closed. So have all our children applied sufficiently to ensure that they get the information? I've also seen that you've said children without national identity cards, they can use, you've said students without national IDs, provisional application processes allow them to apply using alternative identification such as KCSE index number. That is a very important information, because there are students who don't have IDs and they're wondering how they're going to apply for this.
Professor, you can take a few, then you respond. Nyikal.
Mr. Speaker, a beautiful proposal that is not going on well because of just logistics and management. At this point, Mr. Speaker, what we need for every student is, you are in band 1, you are going to pay this much. Loan this much, loan this much. And household this. You are in band 2, you are going to pay this much. And this, then, because right now, Mr. Speaker, I spend the whole of Sunday explaining to parents. They don't know the letter they have is the letter that went earlier, which just says what the cost of the course is. So now then the letter says, but if you want government help, apply through this. So that all these details at this point, if the deadline is as it is, give parents a simple thing. Band A, band 1, you pay this much. Loan this. That's what they want. The details, then we will go into further communication. Number 2, say extend the time, because there's no time to do it, for application. So there are things you do to get things going while you are going into the simpler, the details that will work later on. Parents are going all over the place, trying to raise 500,000 shillings for medicine. Information, simple, this is what to do, and this is how, and then you can, that can be one advert on a page. Band 1 this, band 1 this, the percentage is this. Then you put that system where they can put in even with a mulikamwizi. And if you put your number, whatever number, then it tells you the band. Okay. So you know the band, you know what you're supposed to pay, then the rest we work out, Mr. Speaker. It's a crisis.
Kamei, Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. I have tried to listen to Professor, Mr. Speaker. Even with my understanding of models, with my understanding of loan arrangements, with my understanding of bursary, I am more confused. And it calls, Mr. Speaker, when you finally give the direction, it calls for more communication to reach the people, to reach the students of this country. And we will not limit it, Mr. Speaker, to the newspapers alone. There are communication channels on the part of the government that should be used so that all the students who want to go to various courses can then get the information, Mr. Speaker. And I want in that kind of communication, for example, a student going to study Bachelor of Arts, a student going to study technology, a student going to study medical. This is the fee structure. And then this is the loan that will be given to the student. This is the bursary that will be given to the student, and this is the balance. Such communication, Mr. Speaker, will really help us be able to reach our people and explain this model, which is so beautiful that my colleagues are saying, but then it is clouded in some form of miscommunication and technicalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In your own area of a lot of mastery, the book is Enemy of the People. A brilliant man by the name Dr. Stockman has a good idea, but the local man does not know. He loses it and he loses it all. What we are dealing with is a situation where the ministry has info, seems to have a procedure, but the people don't know. Therefore, I'll be asking you, Honorable Speaker, I rushed in specifically for this. You can save this country and the students and the education of the new students who are going to the university by possibly helping the House resolve and make a ruling to the extent that the deadline be extended, because that will really help as the new minister, whom we can now invite, comes down to write a proper memo that will indicate how the fee structures are. I don't want to repeat what the other members have said, because what came out has already discouraged some learners from going to the university. Number two, if the House, if you could make a ruling that again these students who are supposed to go to university, all of them go. Because last time when you were in such a situation, that was the resolve that was done, and it saved the situation. And then the rest of those issues will be done when they're already there, so that the ministry can have time to actually explain all these processes. When explained here, looks very good, but outside there, it's not communicated and it's not working. Parliament would have helped the entire education system for now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Can you take your seat? This is your baby. And your member has tried her best. From what she has given to the House, even an above average member is not following clearly. And this requires some different approach. Honorable Meli, I'll give you time to tomorrow to come and inform the House at 2:30. One, whether there is a possibility of extending time beyond 15th, which is day after tomorrow. Two, whether you can employ a better mechanism of communicating to the students, including but not limited to having education officers that are deployed up to division levels to be the centers of communication and filling of the forms by the students with guidance from those officers. Number three, you can also find out from the ministry if they can delegate the universities of admission as agents for assisting the students when they go to the university to fill the forms, so that no student loses out because of either inadequate communication, poor communication, or miscommunication. Because from what Professor Barto has read to the House, the statement is begging more questions than giving answers. And as the chair of the committee, I would advise you and direct you, get to the ministry this afternoon, and I'll give you an opportunity tomorrow at 2:30 to make a proper communication. I'm sure our concerns are the same. Let the chairman go and get information and come and give to the House, because listening to Naisula, the questioner, to Dr. Nyikal, to Justice Kemei, to Omboko Milemba, to Mutunga, to Nyamai, to Owen, the concern is simple. A good idea, inadequate communication. A good idea, poor communication. A good idea, there is no clear implementation process. That is how I am understanding this issue. So if we agree to that, let's not belabor the point. Let the chairman, and those with issues, I'll give you time tomorrow, because we're already getting to 5. Yes. Yes, Kamket.
Thank you, Speaker. Indulge me, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman comes to respond to those matters tomorrow, 2 weeks ago, I saw a statement that was directed to TSC. And the committee has not responded to it, and I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, that we are going on recess. I'm not getting a reply from...
He is here, he has heard you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Address that. Members, I want us to... Yes, Mutunga. On the same issue. My direction is inadequate.
There is an issue that the chairman should clarify to Kenyans. Is this going to be for the first year's university students and colleges this year, or is it going to be for all students in school?
Yeah, that is a legitimate concern. Yeah. Are you dealing with new entrants or all students?
Honourable Speaker, okay. Whether the ministry can actually put a pull-out in the newspapers explaining this to the simplest level, and also give those indicators. The indicators must be known. So
there must be various ways of communication. You do a pull-out in the nation. How many children in Kibish get the nation? How many children in some place in Baragoi get the nation? Yes. Yes, Naisula?
I didn't want to speak after your ruling, but tomorrow and Thursday I have some work at the constituency, Mr. Speaker, and I'll allow the chairman to continue and the members, I'll get the response. But I wanted to ask just one question, which you have to ask the ministry. Normally, when the students report to school, they are told you have to pay a certain percentage for you to be admitted, all right? So that student, since the government is taking, for example, 70% in terms of loan and scholarship, and the parent maybe is paying 30 or 30,000, and the student shows up and says that percentage is going to be paid by the fund, will that student be admitted? And even in future, when the exchequers delay, so that the fund is not payable to the school, will that student continue with their education? And finally, the same question on whether this is for all students or the new starting this financial year.
Odanga, I want to close here. I'm sure my direction has covered all your concerns. What is the issue?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue is, I would like also to know, because usually the Higher Education Loans Board has loans, there is that scholarship, and also there have been bursaries. The issue of a bursary has not been addressed. Whether it is still there or it's not there, nobody has talked about it. I would really want us to know. And Mr. Speaker, I think going forward, I would like to suggest that we will have to change our standing orders. The issue of members of parliament responding to ourselves, I think, should not arise. Because when we ask supplement,
we already changed the standing orders. You can create, the minister will come here and answer questions. It is not the old system. I thought I heard Professor Barto say money disbursed will be part bursary or scholarship and part loan for the students depending on the categories. If you want to know how difficult it is to understand this, I understood Professor differently from what Dr. Nyikal said. From what she said, I got the impression that a medical student paying 600 will get 75 bursary, 20 loan, and then you are left with 10%, is it? We are left with about 5% that you will pay. So clear all these things mainly tomorrow. I'll give you adequate time. As your colleagues go on recess, including yourself, you must have clarity of mind to communicate with Kenyans on what needs to be done. Is that all right? Okay, so those of you with concerns, be here tomorrow 2:30 so that we can deal with that. Honorable members, I also promised you that those who are interested in celebrating our gallant athletes who have brought fame and glory to the country, I'll give you 30 minutes from now so that you can be able to speak to this. I'll start with KJ. And because I'm sure many of you will want to speak, KJ, I'm told you have no athlete, leave those with athletes. But I've given you space, 2 minutes each.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the pole position. And I start first by congratulating the Kenya team. I know there has been a lot of things said about this team, especially about their performance this year. But I'd like to remind this House that they come back home as the #1 country, sporting country in Africa. And in the world, we are #2 in athletics. So, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya team has done very well. But for those of us who are bashing this team, we've got to remind ourselves that when you're sending a child to an examination, you make sure that they leave a house that is in order. The situation that was in this country before the team left is akin to sending a child to sit an examination when they're coming from an abusive house. Mr. Speaker, our national psyche, our national conversation, our national narrative is at its worst, Mr. Speaker. So we would not have expected this team to perform at its best. Mr. Speaker, the team that represented us in Paris had greats. Faith Kipyegon has done what no athlete has ever done in history. She ought to be celebrated. But even as we are celebrating the medal holders, we've got to remember a man by the name Kipchoge. He has done so well in his career. This one race that he did not finish cannot define his career. And finally, Mr. Speaker, soon after the Olympics, there is normally the Special Olympics. And Mr. Speaker, we want to ask each and every person who profiled the Olympics to profile the Special Olympics in equal measure. That includes the national broadcaster. If KBC could sponsor, could air live the Olympics, then KBC ought to give equal coverage to the Special Olympics. Those two are Kenyans, those two are athletes, and those two are flying the national flag. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Member at the back, that's member 4. Member for Kiambu, yes, Mashua. Next to you. The mic next to you. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the behalf of people of Kiambu, I would like to congratulate the Kenyan Olympic team. They did very well and made us all proud. And I can remember how people were cheering and watching on TV. But Mr. Speaker, I have a concern about the athletes who have left Kenya because of greener pastures elsewhere. Today, in today's paper, we read about how the people who are leading the delegation, maybe not this year, but prior years, had taken advantage of the athletes. Mr. Speaker, you remember the lady who won the 3,000 steeplechase, called Wilfred. Yavi said that she was asked for a bribe of 200,000 so that she can represent Kenya. I think this is a great concern, and this should be arrested so that our athletes are not able to offer bribes so that they can represent our country. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is we should ask ourselves why are so many athletes leaving Kenya and representing other countries like Bahrain, even the United States. And this is because, Mr. Speaker, is because in those countries, these athletes are better looked after, they are honored, and they are respected. So, Mr. Speaker, the government should take care and make sure that our athletes are looked after properly. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad to note that athletes who have represented Kenya in the past are now living in abject poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just want to congratulate our athletes for the exemplary performance they have done in just concluded Olympics. And notably, Mr. Speaker, Faith Kipyegon, who actually broke the Olympic record and at the same time did what no human being actually has ever done, men and women. Congratulations to that wonderful lady, Mr. Speaker. The issue of Chebet, of course, winning 2 gold medals, 5,000 meters and 10,000, has never been actually done in the whole of the country. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to congratulate them for that performance. On the other issue, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my second home, Greece, which gave the world Olympics. Everybody knows Olympics started in Greece. And I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate them for giving the world these Olympics. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, we noted, Kenya participated only in athletics. And all the mentors, 11 of them are coming from athletics disciplines. We need to widen our sports coverage, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the participation. We need to increase more games so that we can earn more mentors. Of course, we emerged top in Africa, but we still need to do a lot so that we can actually start competing with countries like United States, who banked over 100 medals, and compete with even countries like China. Mr. Speaker, I can say we don't have time actually to talk, but let me take this opportunity on behalf of my family and people of Mwingi West to say congratulations to Kenyans for bringing us this victory. 11
Chematia. Chematia, the mic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate our beloved athletes and those other athletes or other disciplines that participated in the Olympics. Mr. Speaker, as members have also raised that there's a lot of concern about the performance of this year's team. Ordinarily, Kenya always participates in most of the disciplines in the athletics, specifically almost all of them. And we even have the opportunity to have 100 meters, the Omanyala, Mr. Omanyala, who did very well, as much as he did not get a medal. But, Mr. Speaker, there's one thing I'm also noticing that is coming out very clear, that the branding in Kenya today is no longer the way we used to take our athletes in a very high regard. I was expecting the news, the televisions should be giving a lot of coverage on Faith Kipyegon, for instance, in the exemplary performance that he has given this country. And taking actually to the extent of winning the gold medal and going, breaking our own world record. If you look at that, the world news in the athletics world gave Faith Kipyegon a qualification of Usain Bolt. And that means Kenya is so much blessed. And that way we need to celebrate her so much. We should be even giving her a lot of incentives. We should, as a government of the day, probably should be even rewarding her and many of them that have participated. And that way we will intensify and incentivize most of the athletes.
The Honorable Pukose, Robert.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to congratulate our athletes. Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate Faith Kipyegon together with Chebet and of utmost my constituent, Ronald Kwemoy, who managed to get silver in the 5,000. Also my neighbor, my neighbor Wanyonyi from Saboti, who also managed to get gold in the 800 meters. You know, Mount Elgon is the origin of the champions. So, and you can see even on the Ugandan side, we had Cheptegei getting gold in the 10,000 meters. So I want to also congratulate my neighbor, and Cheptegei happens to be also my uncle. So I think he did well for Ugandans, and that is good. And you know, myself and Honorable Undo here, we come from the border, so we have relatives on either side. I think that is very commendable. On the flip side of it, Honorable Speaker, is that in the next Olympics, the work for CS Kipchumba Murkomen is cut out because he must be able to widen the scope. And I saw comments which he made that he has noted that issue, and we hope that he will be able to act under the new dispensation to make sure that we present athletes in almost all games. We should have athletes in, and you know, our neighbors, the Turkanas, the Pokots, they are very good in spear throwing. So we should have in the next champions, we should have spears, those who are throwing spears, short put, other games. Even
The Honorable Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I first start to congratulate the Office of the Speaker for giving the House this moment to celebrate our athletes. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I congratulate Honorable Faith and the team, even our own Kipchoge, even if it was difficult. And Honorable Speaker, I want to put the record straight to say that shortly after the Paralympic Games will start on 28th. Just to correct my brother, Honorable KJ, is not Special Olympic, it is Paralympic. Paralympic is for physically disabled athletes. Special Olympic is for intellectual disabled. And Deaf Olympia is for the deaf category. Honorable Speaker, we want to tell the KBC to buy enough rights to show the athletes of Paralympic with equal measure, just like they did for the others. To Honorable Murkomen, this is your first assignment. We want you to show, just like you stood with the others. We do not want to repeat the Ababuna Mwamba scenario of last year, where he was not able to support the Special Olympic. Support the Paralympic athletes, be with them. Let KBC show the Kenyans the talents that we have in those other categories. To all our athletes, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Phyllis Bato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would want to join my colleagues and on behalf of my people of Moiben to congratulate our athletes for their sterling performance in Paris. They were number 7. They took us to be position 17 in the world and to be the top in Africa. That is not a mean achievement. Mr. Speaker, particularly I want to congratulate Beatrice Chebet and Wanyonyi for the medals. And I also want to say that it was good that the decision to deny Faith Kipyegon the bronze was rescinded. Otherwise, we would have gone to occupy Ethiopia because she had been pushed away by an Ethiopian. Mr. Speaker, every gold they received, or every medal they received, sparked a lot of excitement. They kept us glued on our TVs for 19 good days, and we were very excited, and every opportunity gave us a chance to see what was happening in Paris. And we hope that the coming activities, my colleagues are referring us to a Special Olympics, we will do much better. And to Murkomen, we wish him the best in this new assignment of taking over the sports docket, and we know he will do a commendable job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Francis Ige.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I also want to join my colleagues in thanking and congratulating our athletes who really gave us a very good name. We were very proud to see our athletes excelling in Paris. I want especially to mention Faith Kipyegon and Chebet, who did a very sterling performance. And our people were glued to the TV. Myself, I watched throughout, and I saw our athletes were doing extremely well. Mr. Speaker, I think it's high time. I know we can do better than this. This I know. And I think we need to prepare our athletes better than we did last time. And I want to thank Honorable Murkomen for making a very strong statement in Paris, because he said it is time we diversify, that we can do better in other games which are available, because we cannot continue. You remember now, Mr. Speaker, the 10,000 meters which we have always been doing, and the steeplechase is now gone to other people. So it's high time we change, we diversify, so that we can be able to have more medals in these areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Wamanyala. Wamanyala was trying 100 meters. I know he can do it better next year. Wanyonyi did extremely well, and we thank them. Mr. Speaker, we need to award and reward these athletes who have made this country proud. And I know we must give them a national.
The Honorable Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also congratulate our athletes. Mr. Speaker, the performance
I
in
thought
Paris...
this side is for footballers, not athletes.
Mr. Speaker...
But we are coming this way.
Mr. Speaker, the performance in Paris was splendid. And I want to join you, Mr. Speaker, and members of Parliament and the entire country in congratulating our sportsmen and sportswomen. We must not forget, Mr. Speaker, the people behind, the coaches, the people who spend so much time in the training camp to prepare these athletes. Part of that training team, Mr. Speaker, includes my own brother, Japhet Kemei. And I want to give him congratulations for what he has done, not only for the people of Kericho, but also for this country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Beatrice Chebet, for winning us 2 gold medals. We, the people of Kericho, are so proud of you. For Faith Kipyegon, for achieving what no human being has ever achieved, we congratulate you. For Wanyonyi, who is 20 years old and managed to beat a rope of Canada, we congratulate you. We congratulate all of them. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Murkomen, the minister, there are areas in which we've done extremely well in the past. But there is now a challenge from America, there's a challenge from Ethiopia, there's a challenge from other countries. Please focus on steeplechase. Please focus on middle distances like 1,500. And as you have said yourself, go to other areas in which this nation has not been doing well. Congratulations, Kenya, and congratulations, my elder brother, Japhet Kemei. Thank you.
Honorable Julius Meli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to really give congratulations and a lot of adulations for the Olympic team. The Olympic team this time, having won a total of 12 gold medals. This one is a real honor to this country. What the country needs, and I think the athletes have shown, from 1957 in Mexico, 68, all the way up to now in Paris. Mr. Speaker, if there is any good name Kenya has earned, it is from the athletes. And I want the government and the ministry to put a lot of emphasis. Kenya has been a powerhouse in long and middle distances, which we are slowly losing to our neighbors, Uganda, Ethiopia, and even emerging powerhouses like those in South Africa, and even Canada, and even the US. We really need to invest in this, Mr. Speaker. And more particularly, we need to motivate the athletes. You'll realize that the winners, even in Bahrain, some of them will get a lot of motivation in terms of houses, cars, cash awards. Kenya needs to know that even those people, some Kenyans win, even in other parts of the world. If we are able to bring our Kenyans here, motivate them, and they all run for our country, we are actually going to lead. Even the US and other Western countries cannot beat us. So in this case, we want to really inspire the young and make sure that the athletics fraternity is recognized and is motivated, and the young know that they'll earn a living out of it. I support, and I want to say congratulations, athletes.
Is the honorable member next to the chair Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Ruto? Yeah, give him the mic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to allow our athletes who have actually demonstrated the capacity that they can lift the flag of this nation and the name of our nation. I want to single out the beautiful ladies of Kenya who actually put us to the map of the world. Not to forget one man, Ngunyi. Mr. Speaker, you need to know the story of that young man. He was a herdsman in a village called Kosirai, and that family had favor in him. They took over him as a child, took him to school, gave him an opportunity. Today, he's running with the quality of Kenya. It demonstrates to us that we can be good Kenyans and support the destitute in a society, and we give them a second chance. That is a story that I really wanted to say. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because of time, is also now to call upon the Athletics Kenya and Federation. We've had a lot of issues here every now and then, especially surrounding elections. It is time we need to look at it, because if you look at the behavior and the performance, much the ladies did us favor by winning. We had a lot of challenges on our specific track events like 3,000 steeplechases that Kenya has been winning every now and then. But slowly we are drifting. It shows there's a problem somewhere, either in the selection or in the process of training and identifying the team. And all goes together zeros to the leadership. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon that. The government side, the new CS, Honorable Murkomen, should begin now to sit down and look at the Federation of Athletics Kenya. We cannot afford to lose what it has been known for Kenya for a long time. That has been our brand. Now other countries are coming in. 800 again, women and men. We are seeing other countries like America. They are shifting from their short races. Now they're coming to long races where Kenya has been doing well. The fact that we did well, we came out the first one in Africa, but we saw losing on the critical areas of our performance that has been known for us. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
I was not in Iran, but I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, the boy actually comes from a village called Matisi. From what I'm told, I didn't know the boy, in KO Ward, and therefore I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the whole team. They actually brought us, I was just traveling in from the world, and people are saying, now look, are you from Kenya? I said, yes, you've done wonders. So we want to take this opportunity to say congratulations to our team, and I particularly want to take this opportunity to assure members here, the boy called Emmanuel Wanyonyi comes from my ward, from my constituency, and I will make a homecoming. I've already told my people on the ground to welcome the boy, and if there's anything, I think we want us to motivate these boys and girls to make us even more proud. Because we're the top in the world, 14th in the world, and the top in Africa is not a walk in the park. I want to take this opportunity to thank the athletes, and particularly Kijana called Emmanuel Wanyonyi, my namesake. Please, I'll welcome him. You will see it on your TV, you will see it, whatever it is, because the boy has made us proud as Kenyans. Thank you so much. You'll be invited as well to come and witness that. Oh,
Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand as one of the most proud to be Kenyan at this moment, looking into how our Olympians participated. In the face of adversity, they still showed unparalleled strength, because we had changes just before they went to participate. We had GNZ's issues that had come up, and we thought maybe they would be stressed naturally because they are also patriotic. So I watched the whole time, and there was a moment where, looking into the Olympics Games as a whole, the boxing game, I witnessed something that was a little bit unfair, and it's good to mention because I know in Kenya in future we will be participating. Let the transgender fight transgender. Let the male athletes run with the male athletes, and let the female athletes also compete with the female athletes. Let's not confuse a man who almost has features of a woman fighting a real woman. It was a little bit unfair, but our Wanyonyi, who my friend CNN... Are
you saying some man pretended to be a woman and was allowed to fight women?
Yes, we have human rights that acknowledge if a transgender is there and wants to be seen as a woman, they have been given that. But let the transgender fight transgender and not...
Yes, Honorable KJ, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, it is the standing orders of this House that dictate that each member should be accountable for the veracity of the statements they make. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member being a first-time member, you might also want to tell them what the rules dictate about when another member stands on a point of order, because she doesn't seem to be understanding, to be knowing what happened.
Just sit a bit, the Honorable Manyo.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Catherine Omanyo should be responsible for the veracity of the statements she made. And she's making these statements in relation to a boxer who is from a country called Algeria. This boxer happens to be a lady. The committee did everything that it needs to do to verify that this woman is indeed a woman. And so she should not in any way be referred to as a transgender or anything else, because all that needs to be done...
Honorable KJ, the Honorable Catherine Omanyo neither named nor identified anybody. All she said is that as a matter of principle, men should fight men and women should fight women. Yes, so I get you, Honorable Catherine Omanyo, wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
no, you are not debating again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. I want to come back to acknowledge that actually our athletes, when there, how they fly, how they run, how they talk, it just says that Kenya is above. And anything that tries to bring us down as a nation, they should see how our sprinters do it. We are above. Actually, the world should keep watching. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wilberforce Oundo and then Honorable Jared Okello last. Members, we have other businesses to transact.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my fellow Kenyans for congratulating the 11 who brought us medals. Let's also congratulate all the other members of the entourage who accompanied the entire team to Paris for the Olympic Games. Honorable Speaker, it's worth noting, and I want to echo on the sentiments of my colleagues, that we are starting to lose our traditional points of strength, Honorable Speaker. We have done from eternity very well in some races, which we are starting to lose out, Honorable Speaker. And that could either explain 2 or 3 things. One, either archaic coaching styles, or there's unfair selection of athletes who are going to compete in these games. Honorable Speaker, I also want to make this point very clear, that our athletes are our best global ambassadors. Wherever they are, they depict what Kenya ought to be and what Kenya is. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, at the end of their running career, at the end of when they are no longer competing, we don't seem to see them, we don't seem to hear them. They disappear into oblivion. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge Athletics Kenya, invest in these athletes in terms of communication, so they can become brand ambassadors, they can become advertisers for various products in the world. And for you to do that, you must be a good communicator. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I congratulate the team.
Honorable Jared Okello.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do 800 meters and a walking race for Bunge Athletics, and that feeds into the passion that I have for athletics, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I watched the entire athletics session in Paris, Honorable Speaker. And at one time, I was very disappointed when our numbers was intermittent between the 30s and 40s. And our last-minute ditch by our athletes on long races, Honorable Speaker, rekindled my ecstasy. And as a matter of fact, at the end, we were very proud of what our country can do. Honorable Speaker, we need incentives for those who participate in these games and bring medals to this country. We need also academies, because Wanyonyi, who did 800 meters, together with a lady called Yavi, who has since moved to Bahrain, are testaments that indeed we can run beyond Rift Valley. And therefore, if we have academies strewn all over our country, Honorable Speaker, we can nurture more talents in that regard. Honorable Speaker, one fundamental thing that we also need to invest in. Some of these athletes come from very humble background. They get these dollars, but because they lack the capacity to put them into productive use, some of them just burn these monies out, and at the end, even attempt to commit suicide. How do we then ensure that at the end we have counselors and business gurus who can take them through investment programs, Honorable Speaker, so that these monies are not taken to waste? I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Beatrice Kemei, under Standing Order Number 1, had on very special request.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the fact that you've given me this opportunity, with this fact that 2 of the athletes, and especially Beatrice Chepet, who won 2 medals, come from Kericho County. I want to congratulate the athletes, Honorable Speaker. Faith Cherotich, who also won this steeplechase, comes from Kericho County, and Beatrice, for that matter. Honorable Speaker, and all the other athletes, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate them very sincerely, and to let us encourage the athletes, Honorable Speaker. I attended a function of Faith Cherotich one time, and I was so impressed by the fact that she built a very beautiful house for her parents. This is to say, Honorable Speaker, that when these athletes get whatever they are given, they should be encouraged to invest more so that next time we'll be able to see what they have. And in line with that also, Honorable Speaker, we have the Paralympic that is coming, and whoever will win a gold should also be awarded just like these others, Honorable Speaker. There shouldn't be no difference. They should not be differentiated from the others. They should be also given the amount that others are given. And I want to ask the new CS Murkomen, who I know is equal to the task, to look into the issues that we have in this side of athletics and all the other sporting activities. Once more, I congratulate even Faith and even Wanyonyi himself. The women, the female.
Yeah, honorable members, I want us to bring that debate to an end at that. There is very critical business coming under order number 10. And you note the chair for Budget and Appropriations Committee has been sitting in the House through. I would wish that members begin looking at that business. Let me also, honorable members, under the relevant provisions of our standing orders, rearrange the order paper. You want to call it first? Yeah, call the next order.
Order number 8, motion. Inspection visit to semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in Uganda. Question to be put.
Yeah, so the motion under order number 8 will be rearranged to come after the motion appearing under order number 13. Next order.
Order number 9, the Medical Social Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 22 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to make provisions for training, registration, and licensing of medical social workers, to regulate their practice, to provide for establishment, power, and functions of medical social workers, council, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2024, second reading.
Honorable members, I hope you are attentive to this particular motion. This is a major one. Could the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, FP Ndidi Nyoro, now move?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I thank you very much for giving us a chance to move this motion. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, that is Senate Bill number 19 of 2024, be now read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, I just wish to bring forth to members is in line with what you've been doing for the last few weeks. After was running concurrently with the other side of raising revenue. And Honorable Speaker, when therefore we went ahead to pass the appropriations bill, which became an act, the hope was that money will be available through the revenue raising measures that were then in place. Unfortunately, that was not possible due to what we all understand. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have to come back here and do a major supplementary budget, which now is almost the real budget, the main budget in Kenya. And that process got complete around a week and a half ago. Honorable Speaker, therefore, that necessitated two things in regards to the relationship between the county governments and the national government. Two primary areas that the county governments draw money from the national government. One is through equitable share, which, as the House knows, was also part of the rationalization that happened for the last 2 weeks. Across the 2 levels of government, everyone had to take a haircut, whereas the national government took the bigger burden, the county governments also lost 20 billion in the equitable share. And therefore the figures that we appropriated indicated as equitable share, part of it, Honorable Speaker, which is over 33 billion, was part of the carryovers from last financial year. And therefore the actual amount for this current year in equitable share is 380 billion. That's one area. The second area that the county government gets money from the national government is through what we are doing today, Honorable Speaker, through the County Government Additional Allocation Bill. We call it SIGA. Honorable Speaker, this happens because of these reasons. One, when there is an overarching agenda of government, government may want to direct resources to some specific devolved functions for implementation. Where yes, we have county governments and national governments, but among the agendas of the national government could be within the sectors or within the functions that are devolved. And therefore, for that reason, what happens is that these monies therefore follow what the government want to achieve nationally. The other area, as it is found in the schedules, Honorable Speaker, which members I'm sure that you already have, beyond the monies that are directed by the national government from various departments, Honorable Speaker, the other allocation in county government additional allocation comes from development partners. That is why if you look at the number 4 in the bill, the other schedule, is that it shows the amount of money that will be going to the county governments from development partners. However, Honorable Speaker, before I go to the specifics, which I will take very little time, I want to also underline that many times we use this term of development partners, and the insinuation is that this is money coming from anyone to give us. Development partners is actually not grants. Most of these monies are loans. And therefore, when we talk about development partners, this house must be very firm that this is actually the government of Kenya money. Because a loan is a sovereign debt. And this loan forms part of what you call the public debt. And therefore, when we see semantics and other big names, the summarization of this is that this is our money as Kenya. Because even when we walk into a bank, Honorable Speaker, when the bank advances you money, it is easiest to be the bank's money. It becomes your money. Because you've given security or other modalities. And therefore, when the money is lent to you, it becomes your property. There is a reason I'm saying that, because many times you see even on national government funded projects, people saying this is a World Bank project, this is an ADB project. There is no World Bank project in Kenya or ADB project in Kenya. All these projects are a government of Kenya projects because we pay for this money and we pay DRA, even with interest. Therefore, what happens, Honorable Speaker, is that, for example, and I'll just do a summary. The current government has agenda to execute. One around industrialization. And in that respect, which is industrialization bordering on agriculture, it is what we are calling county aggregation and industrial parks. This is an overarching government agenda, but agriculture, as you know, is devolved. Part of the land we may end up building these facilities are also owned either by our county governments. Some, yes, by national government, but there is a collaboration. What is the collaboration? The collaboration in this area is that the county governments, through their county assemblies, would appropriate 250 million that would go into these industrial parks. The government of Kenya then also follows up with another 250 million, and we are to build industrial parks worth around 500 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, we took the first 18 batch in the last financial year, which we funded, and the county governments funded, but we were not able to release all the monies by the lapse of the financial year. So the proposal that was there from the bill that we are debating today was that we were to pick another 12 to be funded this financial year. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee thought it is not prudent to do that, because we cannot go ahead to appropriate money for new projects when we have projects that are halfway funded for the previous 18. So the wisdom of the committee, as it is in the report, was that we first finish the 18 so that Kenyans can get utility out of them. An industry can only operate when it's 100% functional in terms of build-up. And therefore, it would be imprudent for us to jump in to start new ones just for political correctness that is happening everywhere, and then we end up not enjoying utility for a very long time. So our recommendation is that the money is available, we first fund the 18. However, you will see, and the members can see, that the money is still not enough. Why do I say so? In the appropriations bill, we have budgeted for the conditional grants in their relevant departments around 61.9 billion shillings. But in this report, Honorable Speaker, in the previous appropriations bill before the supplementary had taken care of 61.9 billion. This one, Honorable Speaker, the one we are debating, the conditional allocations have come down to 46.6 billion. Why? Rationalization. On what basis? Revenue-raising measures could not support because we understand what happened. And therefore, part of the areas, as you can check on the report, is a climb down. Industrial parks were to get around 4 billion shillings. In this report, it is 2 billion shillings. But it will go to the 18 that have already started. Second, there is a universal health coverage program, which is having human capital and also equipment. The government, through the ministry, has bought the equipment which are needed by the community health promoters. This is also a joint program where all the health promoters are to get a stipend of 5,000 shillings. However, because this is an overarching government agenda, the government is not throwing this burden to the county governments, and therefore it is sharing equally, 50-50 basis, where the county governments are to pay 2,500 or 2,500 to the promoter, and the national government 2,500. The essence is that this money should be sent to the county governments for them to pay, other than one person receiving 2 sets of salaries. But that money is part of the allocations that we are debating today. However, also, this money has been slashed a little bit, and therefore we may need to top up in the ensuing supplementaries so that we cover. This is a revolutionary thing, Honorable Speaker. It is covering over 103,000 Kenyans who are health promoters in our various localities. Honorable Speaker, the other thing, there has been an allocation which is conditional to counties for the building of headquarters for 5 counties that previously did not have buildings in their district headquarters. Districts are the ones that mostly became counties. There are some, like Tharaka-Nithi, like Isiolo, and 3 more that never had buildings that they could inherit to become offices. So at that time, in the wisdom of government, the government was to pay around 300 million approximately to help these counties, actually to a tune of 1.8 billion to assist the 5 counties get headquarters. We have gone the long haul, provided around 800 million so far. Some was to be provided this financial year. Unfortunately, as members, they can see in the report, it has not been possible because of rationalization. Some are in different areas of completion in terms of level. We hope that will be funded as we proceed. Honorable Speaker, there is one issue that we have to look at as a House. The issue of fines and the issue of royalties. Fines accrue how? When somebody goes to court in various counties and therefore you are fined out of what I would call county laws. Monies that should actually go to counties because you have contravened laws that are county in nature. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the fines collected by our judiciary are monies or revenues for those specific counties. However, over the years, this money has not been able to be pushed into the counties. And even in this financial year, it will just appear in paper because what usually happens, and this is something we must do and see how to streamline it, when ceilings come out and judiciary is given its ceilings by the National Treasury, the wisdom of every MDA is to utilize their ceilings. And therefore, they never reserve any space within their ceiling to have the monies for fines input there so that the monies can therefore ultimately go into the counties. And therefore, that money then still hangs around the consolidated fund because these monies go to the consolidated fund. Royalties. A county like Kwale, this financial year is supposed to get over 740 million shillings in royalties, of course out of base titanium. But Honorable Speaker, this also has had challenges because how these allocations work, which are conditional and additional to the counties, is that they are budgeted and domiciled in the specific departments. What do I mean? The issue around health, that money goes into the health department. That is why if you check in our appropriations bill, the monies for health promoters is already in the department, the relevant department. Therefore, when it comes to royalties, the wisdom would have been that then this money should be domiciled within mining. But that money is not provided because of what I'm saying again. When departments are given ceilings, they first look inwards in terms of their needs. There is scarcely any other room to accommodate this kind of additional resources for our counties. That's something we have to look at because there is a gap in there. So those monies, again, they are there on paper, but judging by the previous years, it only appears on paper. No money touches the counties. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is the monies from development partners. Development partners, and the schedule is available for members to see, are also specific. They try to achieve a certain aid. That is why even if you look at the name in the schedules, they are usually very specific. Whether it is about settlements like KISIP, whether it's about health, whether it's about like FROCA. FROCA is around climate issues and support and interventions to the projects. When development partners are advancing these monies, they are also looking at a certain aid. And even if you are borrowing, much of it is concessionally and therefore cheap. They have conditions that yes, you are giving you this money, but this money is to achieve this and this and this. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that forms part of the additional resources that will be appropriating through this bill today. These monies had also included one more figure, which members are aware of. The last 3 years, the CGAA, County Government Additional Allocation, had included 10 billion for RMLF. The wisdom of this House, as we are doing the appropriation bill, is that the maintenance of roads through Kera should be a preserve of the Constituency Roads Committee. And that is what we have affirmed in the committee. That money has remained in the Constituency Roads Committees. We have had a chat with the Council of Governors. They also seem to align that it will be impossible to do otherwise, especially in this House, and members are aware of what that means. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I would just call upon members to look at the report. There is a clear information there. If you want to know how much money your county is getting from whichever source, it is in there, and it is important for us to peruse even as we give our contributions. Otherwise, I want to thank all the members of this House and also the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. We've been meeting over this, deliberated to reach where we are today. And Honorable Speaker, I wish to move and request the Chairman of the ICT and Innovation, the Honorable KJ Carey, member for Dagoretti South, to second this motion.
The Honorable John Kiaria.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And allow me to also thank and really congratulate the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and also thank and congratulate the committee that he chairs. Mr. Speaker, the prevailing situation in the country has made this committee work very hard. And it might be lost to some members, but the truth is that because of what is happening in this country, this committee has been forced to burn the midnight oil, and for no extra commendation or extra glory, they have burnt that midnight oil and have represented report after report, even as we continue to manage our budgets and find on how we shall be able to resource projects in this coming year. Mr. Speaker, it's not lost to any of us how we got here. We know the situation of the finance bill and where it ended up and how we got to reviewing some of these reports. Mr. Speaker, as I second, I'd like to say that I stand to support that this bill be approved by Parliament with the requisite amendments. Mr. Speaker, if we do as the committee has recommended, we shall be doing a number of things. One, we shall be very well starting our country towards the journey of industrialization. This investment in county parks is very well informed by the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that seeks to move this country into a middle-income country. And the efforts that are being put are deliberate efforts. Mr. Speaker, we know of countries like Singapore, countries that stopped at some point and said that they have to change the way they do things. This is exactly what the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has done. Drawn up value chains intentionally, and agriculture happens to be one of those value chains. That we as a country are no longer taking agriculture just as farming. We want our people to go and farm, yes. But after farming, we do not want our products to go to market raw. We do not want to sell our milk raw. We don't want to sell our horticultural products raw. We are finding a way where we can add value to these products. And in so doing, we shall be, one, providing employment for the young people, but two, and most importantly, we shall be walking the path towards industrialization. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, if approved, on that one count of moving us towards industrialization, you see that it provides for the funding of these county aggregation industrial parks in 8 counties, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to buy the rationale of the chair and the committee in saying that rather than stretching the shilling too thin, we can go with the 8 counties and make sure that these ones are complete so that we start earning from it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, there is a big theme on universal health care. As we develop the capital projects, the infrastructure-heavy projects, we are reminded that our biggest investment should be in people. And the health of our people is critical, Mr. Speaker. And so this journey of moving towards universal health care is a place that I'm excited that we're investing in. Mr. Speaker, the building of the county headquarters, as the chair said, the 42 Moi districts, most of them are the ones that became counties. Some of them are new, some of them are nascent, some of them may be old but never got headquarters. And so this bill seeks towards resourcing for these county headquarters. The final point I would like to make, Mr. Speaker, is that even as we take money to the counties, the monies that we took to the counties, 380 billion Kenya shillings of it in equitable share. And this money that we are bringing in now with the government additional allocations bill, we ought to say to the counties that they need to rethink the county economy. And one easy way of rethinking county economies is appreciating that a county is such a small entity in economic terms. So much so that a county standing on its own might not be a going concern. There might be a need for our counties to start moving towards economic blocks, county economic or regional economic blocks. I do remember in 2013, the governor of Nyeri, Governor Gakuru, had mooted some amazing ideas on how to bring about county economic blocks. And this is critical, Mr. Speaker, because that one governor, and God rest his soul in peace, is one of the people who are behind Vision 2030. And when he was elected governor, he realized that his government in Nyeri is such a small economic entity that it might not be able to do what he intends to do in his vision. And he was calling upon the 11 counties in the Mount Kenya region to form an economic bloc that would be a viable entity, an entity that would even be able to sit across the table with even some of our development partners. But today, even a county like Nairobi, big as we imagine it is not a viable economic entity that would sit across the table with our bilateral partners on a bilateral conversation, because what we see to be county revenue here is negligible compared to the whole scheme of things. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I would like to make is that even as we resource these counties from the national, from our monies, Mr. Speaker, we should be calling upon counties to reimagine how they approach the county economics, and economic blocks would be one of those things. So, Mr. Speaker, as has been moved by the chair, it is now incumbent upon counties to take up this so that they can spur development in their counties, and they need to also check what is provided for in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda so that what they are doing is in line with what the national government is doing, and so that there's no competition in carrying up some of these projects, and also that there is no duplication of roles. Mr. Speaker, this bill does provide for the conditional allocations as financed from the national government in the first schedule. In the second schedule, it does provide for what is coming from the roads maintenance fuel levy. And in the third schedule, there is that which is coming for court fines. And finally, the royalties that are coming from mining and other natural resources is what is carried in this bill. Mr. Speaker, that said, I would like to second. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. The County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2024, be now read a second time. The Honorable Gideon Ochanda, the MP for Bondo, you want to speak to this?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a good effort in terms of showing Kenyans that really counties get much more money, regardless of whether their functions are done by themselves or are funded by themselves or are funded from different sources. It's a very good indication that we are not only talking about the 380 billion shillings, and if the chair went further to put all these additionals together, would have seen that really county governments are getting a lot much more than many times what is indicated. However, Mr. Speaker, and if the chair will listen to this, I think the cleanup is not complete in terms of these other sources that are coming particularly from the national government. If you look at fertilizer, for example, the amount of money that we are using on fertilizer is to agriculture, and agriculture is devolved. What amount of money is in that? I think this is not yet here. You look at these other things that we are talking about in terms of the many other regional or the sagas that are doing functions that are funded by the national government and are doing functions that are really county functions. Like the Lake Development Authority, many of these regional development authorities are basically doing functions that are supposed to be county functions, and they are funded from the national government. Look at if we put all those together, you'll be seeing that definitely there's a lot much more money that goes into the county governments. The other thing that maybe the chair may need to hear more is in terms of where we are like co-matching. The national government is matching with the county governments. Particularly, he's mentioned health. We need to ask ourselves, for how long is the national government going to support the community health promoters? Is it going to be an annual ritual event that we must give money, the national government must give money to support the community health promoters? Chair, I don't know whether you want me to repeat that. Your secondary is keeping you busy. Chair, what I was trying to talk about is, there are these things that we are co-funding, national government and county government. We have talked about the industrial parks. We have talked about the community health promoters. Industrial parks, sure enough, you have said that, no, we are going back to making sure that the ones that were started are complete. That's fine. But look at the community health workers. We are taking half. If you take half, we need to indicate to ourselves initially, for how long do we want to do this? Is it going to be a ritual, national, annual thing that will be supporting the community health workers when we know very clearly that this is something supposed to be done by the county government? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that's another critical area in terms of cleaning the amount of monies that get to the county governments. Now, the other thing is the sustainability of these health promoters. If we pull out, if the national government pulls out its bit, what happens to them? Yeah, it's going to be a very critical question that we must answer ourselves, and we must know that. And what happens, like in the industrial parks, when you put the 250 million Kenya shillings, let's say for the 18, and the other side, the county government doesn't place their 250 million, or it is not a priority to them at that particular time, what happens? What happens to counties that this is a priority to them, yet they are not in the 18, yeah, that we started with? So I think these are areas where we may need to really check. Then we by the end of it, can we do some analysis in terms of where do these monies go to? You are in the 18, for example, a county may be in the 18 for purposes of the industrial parks. Then the same county is in for some grants. The same county is in for another kind of money from a different source. So where are we? Are we able to check in terms of, because I'm seeing that certain counties may be left behind and others may be getting much more in the end. We'll be bringing in some level of inequalities. Look at the grants. Grants for the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, if you check it clearly, the grants that we have had have been going to particular counties over the years, whether it is for urban development, these things that are supported by grants. They are basically going to the same areas. So if those areas also get fertilizer, that same area is in the the industrial park, the same area is another one. What happens then to the other areas? I think that's a very critical thing that needs to be looked at. The other one is the issue of royalties. Of course, the chair has mentioned that this has not been really very clear. But there are areas where many things are happening in the name of mining, whether they are artisanal or not. You look at the amount of monies that are generated from what, in quote unquote, explorative or explorations in gold, and artisanal mining in gold in Kakamega, in Siaya, Bondo, look at that in Migori and the rest. It's quite a huge amount of money. So where do we bring in these counties? And at what moment, at what stage are we able to check through all these things so that the people who are doing it get to know that they're supposed to be paying royalties to the county government? I think that's another critical thing that, Mr. Speaker, we really need to look at clearly. The issue of court fines and stuff like that has been very clear initially because there were municipal courts. But then there are areas where there are non-municipal courts, definitely. Their money is swallowed, the goes as part of the judiciary and to the consolidated fund. I think this really needs to be streamlined so that counties get to have this as own sources of revenue moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this, but I want to think that there are quite a bit of effort that needs to be looked at as we move forward. The other proposal maybe is, instead of talking about this as an additional or an additional bill, can we have these things as a tandem of the artificial revenue placement, where we are placing the 380, which is clear cut, then below it, so that one doesn't struggle from one bill to the other to look for in terms of how much again is added. I think that may help us a great deal moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Joseph Oyula, MP for Butula. I'm intentionally choosing people to speak to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also add my voice to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by congratulating the Budget Chair and his team for carefully bringing up some of these bills to the House. It is important that these are carefully looked at and approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, once a project is started, it must be properly financed and completed. So the financing of the county parks is important. Those who started in the last financial year and have not completed, it's important that their monies are released so that they complete the exercise, so that the wananchi around those parks can gain, particularly where projects are going to be introduced, industrial projects, which will promote the employment in the area. It's important because we in Busia, we have one park, so everybody has been asking, when are we starting to gain from this park? So that is a very good move for the Budget Committee to ensure that all these parks are funded to their finality. Mr. Speaker, as to the health side, the health workers, they have been suffering for a very long time. And this move, Mr. Speaker, is really going to motivate them. They have a lot of work. They move from household to household. But my fear, Mr. Speaker, is one. The chair indicated that they are going to be paid 5,000 shillings each. The county government contributing 2,500 and the national government 2,500. Mr. Speaker, to me, I think that the government is committing an offense, because the minimum wage is not 5,000. So you can't pay others the minimum wage, and you bring those who are doing a very important job at only 5,000 shillings. I would ask the budget chair and his team to look at that area in the future. Let us start, yes, but it should not be 5,000, because the movement that these men and women cover from one village to another is long, and they spend a lot of their time with the families that need their help. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill is quite in order. The grants that or the loans that we receive from the donors, those are public funds, and they must be properly accounted for and utilized for the purpose for which the money has been borrowed. Let us not redirect the money to other users. Let the money go to the place where it was intended. And particularly the county governments must make sure that they use these funds carefully, because these are funds going to them for the development purposes. As they use the initial allocation of 380 billion for other users, this is specific to projects. So a system should be established where the monies given to the county governments from the donors goes strictly for the purposes, so that we don't lose the grants or loans in the future for poor management of funds. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support this bill and ask the House to approve the bill as soon as possible. Thank you.
The Member of Parliament for Baringo County, the Honorable Florence Yamatia.
This thing is stuck. Sorry. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry for the microphone. I think it was just bent down here. First of all, I want to declare that I'm a member of this committee, and this is a bill that I think, as a country today, we are living in a very precedented times, and this bill is coming at a time when we want to look at every coin and see the value of it. Even as we discuss this allocation, Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to the issues that is stipulated in this bill. And I want to talk about the community health promoters. This is one of the noble ideas that this government of Kenya Kwanza is implementing. And if you look at it, Mr. Speaker, it is through these community health promoters that the community is going to be taken care of, specifically on matters health. Initially, people would feel sick first, very sick, and to the extent that when they arrive at the hospital, they just get admitted because their health was not, there was no diagnosis, or there were any interaction of any community health worker before they arrive at the hospital. But then these community health workers plays a very crucial role, and I want to say that it is one of the very noble agendas that this government has put before Kenyans. And as we do this through all the 47 counties, you can see the allocation of the money that is there. The stipend of 5,000 is very minimal. That I also want to agree with the member on the floor that who speak before me, that this money should be considered in the future. And I want to believe it is just as a beginning, because if you look at the numbers of these community health promoters in every county, it varies. It's because of the population in number, as much as the ratio is between the population of the county vis-a-vis the number of the promoters, the health promoters, which is a very good idea. But again, money is very scarce. Also considering the challenges that we've gone through, I also realized, Mr. Speaker, there's 18 counties that has been earmarked for the starting of the industrial parks, which is an idea that Kenya has been, if you ask me, it is actually it has been taken by time. Because at 70 million people, we want to ask ourselves every day, what do people or Kenyans do? Because after churning most of our graduates from school and all the skills, these are the areas that we should be exposing them, specifically on skill-based students or our young people who have just finished schools or people who have interacted with TVETs, so that this industrial parks is going to give us the opportunity to employ most of our youth and most of the skilled members of the society. For instance, if you ask me, in this paper we don't have Baringo, which I come from, but in Baringo we had earmarked areas to do with livestock production, specifically on hide and skin, meat production, creating an abattoirs. We also have areas of horticulture. But until and when this idea is generated right from the bottom, the people should own the process so that we are able to implement these industrial parks. Otherwise, this, if we don't take care of it, Mr. Speaker, might end up being one of the biggest challenge in terms of white elephants. Because if you realize, we are building these industrial parks. I saw one PS for trade and investment, Mr. Abubakar, in Busia last week. He was launching and commissioning a very nice industrial park in Busia County with His Excellency Mr. Otoma. And if you look at it, I want to believe these parks have been, the people of the Busia have been given opportunity to interact with the aggregation of this park. Otherwise, if we will continue just launching and identifying these parks, and we don't take in and understand that this should be a project that is supposed to be culminating right from the grassroots, then we might end up not achieving what we are intending to do. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, on both areas, we want to look at how or whether the county government are able to deliver this, or is it going to be domiciled fully on the national level, so that we don't, because we want the monies that is allocated to these projects to have value. For the first time, we want to have functional factories in Kenya. We want to have projects that is completed, so that when so that we don't just start these projects and these industrial parks and just leave them hanging all over the place, while Kenyans have already lost money. On also issues of the community health workers, promoters, the county government, sometimes, I think, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, we did a very big mistake when we created the devolved governments through the Constitution of 2010, and more so allowing governors to be elected. There should be a provision that we should have allowed governors in this country not to be an elective seat, and probably given it as a appointment, so that we have governors who have experience to lead these counties. If you look at it today, We have a lot of challenges because the governors that have been elected, most of them, specifically first and second county governments, and even now, most of them have no capacity to manage resources of the counties. To the extent that even the amenities of the counties that was there before is no longer there, is no longer functioning. And another problem I think we did through the constitution is even to devolve sectors like health sectors. If devolving health sector in this country has caused problems.
The Honorable Omboko Mulemba, it's on a point of order.
Thank you.
Oh, Honorable Speaker, not really to interrupt the Speaker who has been on the floor, but I don't want it to go unnoticed that the statements we do place in this House can really influence the populace of Kenya. The history of counties and even county deputies all over the world since the time of the French Revolution and creation of counties has been through elections. Is it in order for a member to imagine that any person who is elected cannot be a performing governor? Yet, even in America. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the Honorable Florence Jematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. As much as I would...
The Honorable Florence Jematia, do you want information?
Information from Honorable Lilian Kogo.
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me and the Honorable Jematian to give extra information, and I want to appreciate your brilliance. And the extra information I want to give you is that what you are saying is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Honorable Florence Jematia, your truthfulness has been appreciated and given back to you as information. Proceed.
Thank you so much. And probably I will ask for at least 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Why I am saying that is because we have interacted with most of the problems in the counties. And if you look at it keenly, it is not about that Kenyans are not able to, not lack resources, but it is through the mismanagement of the resources. For instance, Ministry of Health or health sector in the counties, it is dead. And today, a whole mother can walk, a pregnant mother going to deliver in a hospital, walks into that place and he cannot even find a painkiller. If it is unless we empower community health workers or promoters so that they are able to even take care of most of the populace. In this scenario, Mr. Speaker, we will have a real conversation as a country through the county management, because even if you have the best leader in the national level and you have the mismanagement going on in the counties, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing this country is going to achieve in the future. And most likely we might lose this country in terms of poverty levels, in terms of disparity in the society, because the poverty levels in this country is because, in the country today, is because as much as we are channeling a lot of money to the counties, unless you have a good manager to manage those resources, look at the money that we are giving to the counties today. And every time you look at it, even the Senate have a role to give us as they oversight the counties, to give us reasons why the counties are always deteriorating. We have overstretching and a lot of pending bills that is accrued in the counties. Sometimes you don't know who is going to pay this money. And you cannot just bury our heads as members of parliament. This is a house that is a representation, and it is our duty to convert.
Yeah, thank you. If you're done, I want to go to the left. The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu will be followed by the Honorable Senior Counsel Naisula Lesuda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving this opportunity also to make my contribution to this important Senate bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is focusing on additional allocations to the county governments. And the main object of the bill is to provide a framework in terms of additional allocations from proceeds of loans and grants, and the transfers from the national government. Honorable Speaker, I just want to make these opening remarks that this bill is coming at a time when we have gone through the initial budget, and we had an appropriation act, which now we have revised to come up with a supplementary appropriation act. And we are all aware that as a result of that revision, the initial allocation to counties was equitable share 400.01 billion. And as a result of the revision, or the downscaling, as a result of this finance bill 2024 being not approved, we've come down to 380 billion equitable share. So, having said that, Honorable Speaker, you realize even the issue of additional resources, there has been a bit of also scaling down for some areas. And since we have approved the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024, Honorable Speaker, automatically you realize some of the proposals in this bill will have also to be amended downwards. What am I saying? I'm saying the bill as it is what we are debating, but Honorable Speaker will have no choice but to also amend some of the sections and more so the schedules so that we get the figures aligned to the already approved Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024. Honorable Speaker, let me just give a number of examples. If you look at the issue of count aggregation industrial parks, the schedules show that we are expected to provide for 18 counties, and each of the counties is supposed to be given about 250 million, and the expectation is that the counties will also allocate 250 million from their resources to make it 500 million and then do the parks. But if you look at the budget which has been approved through the Supplementary Act, Honorable Speaker, it is obvious that the money allocated there will not be able to finance that particular item to 18 counties. So it means there will be, to some extent, Honorable Speaker, scaling down of those figures. We might scale the number or we might scale the figures, the amounts. And I don't think we have a way out because the Supplementary Act is already out. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the construction of county headquarters. You realize, Honorable Speaker, from the schedules, there was a provision for 5 counties to get some money. And this is Isiolo, Lamu, Narok, Isiolo, Lamu. Then you also have Tana River, Tharaka Nithi, and there was also, those 4 had been given allocations. You realize, Honorable Speaker, in the Supplementary Act 2024, that figure has been reduced to 0. So it means actually this, unless now another supplementary comes, as we are debating this bill, there is no allocation for those 4 county headquarters, meaning then this schedule will also have to be revised. We have to amend this schedule so that it reflects the reality on the ground. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is you realize there's also money which is being provided for the community health promoters. The initial planning was that each government will give allocation of 2,500 and the counties will give 2,500. Looking at what we have done at the supplementary level, Honorable Speaker, the amount given cannot cater for all the community health promoters, which means to some extent, we have to look at the necessary amendments so that we also factor that in. Because unless we do that, Honorable Speaker, then we will not be really helping the counties by having figures which cannot be financed from the Appropriation Act. The other matter which I want to comment, Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of the court fines and the transfer of money through to the museums, Honorable Speaker. The funds are provided for, if you look at the schedules, but Honorable Speaker, I would want to observe that despite these funds being the schedule, currently as we are discussing here, Honorable Speaker, we don't have a framework in terms of how to get the money from the consolidated fund to the respective counties. And unless that framework is in place, we continue budgeting for this money, and the money will not be able to go to the counties. So, Honorable Speaker, what am I saying? I'm saying as we even as a house, as we proceed with the debating and trying to come up with this law, it is important that then Treasury comes up with a clear framework so that once this bill becomes an act of parliament, the money, the proceeds from court fines and proceeds from mineral royalties, Honorable Speaker, can be able now to be sent to the counties. Honorable Speaker, by doing this, we'll be encouraging counties which have minerals which are already not exploited to be proactive and exploit them because they'll be able to get these royalties. Honorable Speaker, I would want to observe that a county like Kitui County, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, is a very rich county in terms of minerals. But if you look at the amount we are getting as Kitui, which is about 114,000, Honorable Speaker, this is a drop in the sea. Kitui should be getting billions of shillings. But we can only, my governor and the team can be more proactive if this framework was there so that they know the money, even the 114,000 is already released to them, and once they test that 114K, they will realize that exploiting more minerals will actually bring more money to the counties. In that case, then we can have more resources to implement our programs. So that's another area, Honorable Speaker, I wanted just to say, Treasury needs to come up very quickly and come up with that framework so that once we get the money, then, Honorable Speaker, we are able to send them on to the counties. The other issue is the issue of grants and loans, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, if you look at these schedules, a lot of money is being given by our development partners to support the counties, either through loans or through grants. And one thing we must realize, Honorable Speaker, is unless the signing of the necessary agreements or the relevant agreements between the counties and some of the development partners is fast-tracked by Treasury also, there is likely to be a likely delay in terms of implementation. So this should be a concurrent kind of process, Honorable Speaker, so that even as we go through this bill, Treasury is also initiating the process of ensuring that once the bill becomes an act of parliament, then counties are facilitated to access this money. Honorable Speaker, is very bad when you see that we are, as a country, we are all complaining of having no resources, but then some of our development partners have given us grants, and we are not able, Honorable Speaker, to access those grants, just basically because some simple documents have not been signed to make them access the money. So this area of loans and grants, Honorable Speaker, is an area, as a budget committee, have also made observation that is an area which is very slow moving in terms of utilization of the resources. And I think this is an area, Honorable Speaker, as a house, we need to really seriously oversight this area so that any money given by development partners, we use that money. Because once we get into those commitments, and from my other committee, Honorable Speaker, Public Debt and Privatization, we've realized that the government is paying a lot of commitment fee for loans which have been signed for, and we are not drawing the resources. So this is an area, Honorable Speaker, I thought I should be able to comment on, so that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we have a smooth way of implementing our projects as a result of getting resources in a timely manner. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, which is critical is the issue of the on-resource revenue. You know, as a result of counties getting some of these additional resources, I don't think counties are doing enough to maximize or to optimize on-source revenue. And I think counties need to think of a way of optimizing their own resource revenue so that they supplement the resources from the national government. That will help them in two ways. One way will be they will have more resources to implement programs, and also they have more resources to pay for their pending bills. In that case, they will be able to do much better, and the complaints coming from governors not doing the right thing can actually start now being minimized. And the Honorable Speaker, if they do that, and I think one of the ways which has proved to be quite effective is digitization of the way they collect their money. If they digitize those processes, they like to collect more money. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill, but I think we'll be amending some sections before we finalize this bill so that by the time it's approved, we have factored.
Honorable Naisula Lesuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And earlier, you mentioned that I'm senior counsel, and I was seeing Honorable Njeri looking at me, wondering when I became a senior counsel.
The manner in which you executed your mandate in the Committee on Appointments could only measure to the standard of a senior counsel.
Oh, thank you. I take that as a compliment, and maybe in the next life. But thank you very much for the compliment, Mr. Speaker. Now, I rise to support the consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill 2024, and we are debating this matter when, as a country, we have rationalized the budget that we just passed in this House the other day. And Mr. Speaker, these funds, most Kenyans don't even know about them. They only know about the shareable revenue that goes to the counties. Most Kenyans don't know that these additional funds that go to the counties from the national government and also from the donors. And so it is important that this conversation is going on in this House so that Kenyans know that there is actually extra money beyond the shareable revenue that goes to our counties, Mr. Speaker. It is also evident that when most Kenyans are not enlightened on these matters, this becomes the governor's kitty, their money, because no one knows about it. Many people just know about the shareable revenue. And so the governors then just know about these funds, and nobody really questions or looks on how the implementation of these projects are done, Mr. Speaker. It is important that as Kenyans, we know, for example, I'll pick a county like mine, Samburu County. Samburu County is receiving a total of about 500 million additional funds beyond, over and above the shareable revenue, Mr. Speaker. And this ranges from the CHPs, the matching fund that the national government is giving shilling by shilling, and then there's also the mineral royalties. I am so certain there are so many people in Samburu County who do not know that in the financial year 2023-2024, Samburu County received 900,000. Was it 900,000? That was just 900,000. But this financial year, and that is what was raised here, we're not clear of the royalties. Why in the financial year 2024-2025, Samburu County is receiving royalties of a paltry 17,000? I mean, of all the minerals in our county, why would Samburu County be receiving 17,000? Actually, it's like a joke. What will Samburu County do with 17,000 as royalties, Mr. Speaker? There is also additional now donor funding, which ranges from locusts money. And we need to know this locusts money, what it does, Mr. Speaker. You know, locusts left the country. They left the building. So we need to know what the money for locusts in Samburu County is actually doing, because we don't want any money to become someone's kitty in our counties, Mr. Speaker. There is also money to do with food resilient, devolution support, Kenya Urban Support Program. All these things, Mr. Speaker, are additional revenues to our counties. Having said that, it is important, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have a serious conversation and we bite the bullet. If we embraced devolution, we need to look and review whether we actually devolved all the functions and whether funds followed the functions, Mr. Speaker. We cannot also have the national government deciding to be giving counties money when and when they feel like. If a function is devolved, let us devolve the funds fully from the national government, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot also live with this fallacy that it is only county governments where the governors are doing corruption, Mr. Speaker. It is happening also at the national government, Mr. Speaker. And so we cannot say we cannot follow, the funds cannot follow the functions because the money will be eaten at the county. It is also being eaten at the national level, Mr. Speaker. And that is why you hear sometimes people saying, let us then devolve corruption. If it is being eaten here, the money, it is better when it is at the county, Mr. Speaker. And so as a country, we must have a conversation on whether, if a function has been devolved, let us devolve all the funds. Maybe why health is not really working is because we are not giving enough resources of the functions that we have devolved, Mr. Speaker. So let us make sure that the funds follow the functions that have been devolved in our country, Mr. Speaker. The second thing that this bill takes care of is ensuring projects are completed. I like it that we have reduced the industrial parks, even though Samburu wants the industrial park, but I would rather we have 18 fully complete functional industrial parks in this country rather than small incomplete industrial parks across the country, because we will not have value for money, Mr. Speaker. Let us finish a project and it be in use so that we can get value for money, Mr. Speaker. The other thing which is important, and we must have a conversation as a country, these issues of us killing public facilities. Mr. Speaker, what happened with the health in the health sector is that the issue of NHIF, we made sure that we have killed our public facilities so that Kenyans then can go to private facilities, and then public funds in NHIF go or find themselves in private hospitals. And so our public facilities continue to die, our public health is dead. What I am afraid of, and that is why I was raising the issue of the higher education funding model, I hope as a country we are not looking at killing our private universities as we have done our private hospitals, Mr. Speaker, our public hospitals. So that we kill the public institutions, so that children then go to private universities, and then this funding model follows the money in private universities, Mr. Speaker. We have to be serious as a country that our public institutions work so that they can serve Kenyans, because not everybody will afford the private universities. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on this issue, because I've had debates on whether governors should be executives, should they be elected, I think that one we have crossed that bridge and we decided we want them elected. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the issue of governors, immediate governors running for Senate, Mr. Speaker, I find that we have a challenge in that. How do you have a governor who has just left office running and being elected to become a senator, and probably will find he or herself chairing PAC in the Senate, where your audited accounts will be brought before you as the chair of that county, Mr. Speaker? How logical will that be, Mr. Speaker? And you know, laws are made, and as we implement, we become progressive so that we see what works, what doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. And so, and I will be looking at that act, Mr. Speaker, we amend it. If you want to run for Senate, at least you wait for 5 or 10 years after you have become a governor, Mr. Speaker, so that the Senate looks at all your audited accounts, EACC can also look at you, DCI can also look at you, if you misappropriated the funds of that county, before you find yourself in the Senate and then start coming to audit yourself as the chair PAC, Mr. Speaker. As a country, I think that was a big, it was something that really was not thought through when we were coming up with our constitution. But as I have said, as we implement the constitution, we look at what needs to be corrected, or our acts. Actually, it's an act. It is not the constitution, because we will find many governors running to the Senate to go and protect themselves there, Mr. Speaker. And so, with those very many remarks, I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Jared Okello, you want to speak to this? I know in 5 minutes.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice to the county government's additional allocation bill. Honorable Speaker, we are where we are as a result of the happenings 2 months ago. Honorable Speaker, those happenings, whereas people would be castigating those people who are involved, commonly known as Gen Zs, but for me, I would look at it positively, that they then created a separate path for oversight of our country's governance, Honorable Speaker. We would not be here, and there would not have been changes occasioned at the cabinet had it not been for Gen Zs coming out to shine bright light on the dark corners of our governance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our counties have done a great job so far, but there are also pitfalls that need to be looked into. Whereas the idea of having county governments emanated from discrimination of certain areas before, So the county governments or devolution was brought forth to try to create a level of equity and correct certain ills that had been perpetuated in the past. Honorable Speaker, our counties grapple with this idea of pending bills. I do not know where we lost the mark, because if you were to use a model as adopted by the NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the devolved funds that attract no pending bills at all, because no one is put to engagement until money is available. You cannot have a supplier, you cannot have a contractor on site under the NGCDF until money is brought into the constituency, Honorable Speaker. How we lost this, that governors, together with their cabinet, would just sit down and allocate contracts based on monies that they don't have. At the end of the day, they have lumped up bills piling after piling. Now, what stops an outgoing governor from engaging contractors and suppliers, getting his kickbacks, and retiring? Nothing can stop. And if you visit all our counties, Honorable Speaker, you will be confronted by pending bills amounting and running into billions. Yet, there is nothing done on the ground. So, how do we then correct these ills moving forward? Now, the governors, some of them have also become lazy because there is an exchequer releases. And today we are also talking about additional funding to the counties. And we are looking at sources from court fines. We are looking at sources from, the minerals. Yes, minerals available within counties, Honorable Speaker, so that they get royalties. Now, what stops a governor from just sitting pretty and waiting for these monies? Not becoming innovative to add additional revenue streams into their systems, Honorable Speaker. So I think governors also need to wake up to the reality and expand their revenue streams so that they can fund their projects without necessarily waiting for the exchequer, which is also confronted by IFMIS and all the other obstacles on the way. Honorable Speaker, it has been said enough times that the little money that goes into constituencies in terms of projects implementation is what can be seen on the ground. Now, counties attract billions, both from own revenue and from the exchequer. But I can tell you there is nothing substantial to write home about. Our hospitals are still confronted by lack of medicine. Their doctors and nurses have to go on strike in order to be paid. Some of these counties have not paid salaries dating back 6 months. Yet, billions are channeled into these counties, Honorable Speaker. Now, the main idea, the genesis upon which the county governments were enacted is being lost on the way. Because then you are piling more problems to the people than their situation before. So, even as a house, we are intending to add more monies to go towards counties. I think everybody needs to be moral enough, come up with what we call financial probity, where accountability becomes at the center stage of their transactions. Otherwise, the main idea, which was very noble as such, is being lost, Honorable Speaker. And that is the tragedy that we have as a nation, Honorable Speaker. I support this bill, and I thank you.
The Honorable Mboko Milembe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've been waiting for long, and thank you for this opportunity. I would want to thank the chair of the Budget Committee for having moved this bill very, very elaborately well and clearly, and also this helps to enlighten Kenyans, both as he moved it and as we speak on it, that there are usually additional monies that go to counties, which many a times are not talked about. And this is the county government additional allocation bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2024, popularly referred to as SIGA. Honorable Speaker, I will confine myself basically to the bill. And the main aim of this bill, from what we got from the chair, is that he has to align the various cuts that came up as a result of the budget cuts that we experienced after the fall of the finance bill, and therefore had to come up with the supplementary one to these allocations that otherwise the government had aligned to go to our county governments from the exchequer. Number one, this bill speaks on the issues that monies that go to county governments in the form of the monies that are paid to the CHPs, and this basically goes to health. This area has been very important because since the time when the national government reflected a 50-50% support for the CHPs had been very motivated. The CHPs are doing a very good job, Honorable Speaker, in the counties and the villages. And there are people who are actually doing that job with a lot of motivation with no pay. And the small bit that they're being given, which has been at 2,500 from the county government and 2,500 from the national government, has also been delayed. In fact, they only received a little bit of the monies that were accrued to them for the last several months, only recently. But this is one card and group of people I'd want to protect. And if the chair of this committee was here, I would wish that as he spoke on it, he seemed to indicate that there's a cut on these monies. I think it's an area we have to choreograph and even amend so that we retain the resources that are going to the human resource in form of the CHPs, because they are doing a lot of work on the ground currently, and if we demotivate them by cutting their budget, we would then lose the only bit we are remaining with on the ground, Honorable Speaker, because the county hospitals don't have drugs. They don't have facilities and they are not operating. So this is the human resource that is moving around the villages, trying to make sure that the health sector is operational or some form of advice is going to the local mwananchi. I would want, and I'm taking a little bit longer on this point, that the monies for CHPs be protected. Let's not go the way we went with the teachers. When we got the supplementary one, there was a CBA for teachers, Honorable Speaker, which had been agreed in court. Unfortunately, it was actually removed, and that's why the teachers of Kenya on 26th may not be reporting to schools. It was not necessary. And for the CHPs, leaving the teachers alone, we would also be risking getting these people off work. So there were two components. Where's the chairman? The first component was human resource. The second component was machines. My proposal is this, to this bill, that we reduce on machinery, but retain the stipend for the CHPs so that they continue helping our people down there the line. The other level of that this bill talks about was the monies that go to the county governments in form of our other development partners, and which he described very well that this monies is not free money, but are loans. Did you know, Honorable Speaker, that we have been grappling with calculating the real debt that Kenya owns, because there are so many borrowings that otherwise has been done by county governments which has not been accredited to the national debt. And like Ruben Randall says, the debt that America owes Africa, we are not very sure of the calculations of how much our debt is. And I'm very happy this bill is trying to bring out it clearly that as these monies from partners go, we must look at it as loans that actually are going to the Kenyan people, is a debt which shall be paid by the entire Kenyan population. Honorable Speaker, lastly, let me indicate that the issue of royalties and court fines, I support the bill because this is money that otherwise should go to the county governments. Unfortunately, it gets up to the CFS, and once it's the CFS, it cannot go down. Because of time, let me allow other members to speak on this. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Jerry Maina. Honorable Jerry Maina, as you address this, could you also explain how court fines, because the judiciary is not devolved, would go back to the county?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that the framers of the Constitution of 2010 had no intention whatsoever to devolve corruption, to devolve lack of service delivery. The intention was very pure from the onset. And what we have done with the gift that is devolution is that we have abused the same. Honorable Speaker, as I support the allocation to the counties, we must also ask ourselves, we want to see these monies translating to service delivery, translating to spurring economy at the county level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have seen in the report, in the bill rather, Honorable Speaker, that county aggression parks have been allocated for. And it is the duty of this government and other successive governments to ensure that we spur manufacturing and value addition at the county level. The county governments must think the future. They must think how to collate data at the county level so that they can ensure that they match employment opportunity needs at a county level, Honorable Speaker. The issues that we are having right now as a nation, the high rocketing unemployment in our nation, is not only a concern for national government, it must be something that county governments must also think of how they can deal with. Honorable Speaker, it goes without saying that various counties across Kenya are experiencing the issue of healthcare that is no longer working at the county level. Honorable Speaker, lack of basic medication at county government level 1, 2, and 3 facilities. Honorable Speaker, we have seen in some places very good and big buildings built, Honorable Speaker. Launch and PR packaging, Honorable Speaker, where nurses come with medication and equipment, a launch is done by a county boss, and then they disappear into thin air, Honorable Speaker. We must do what is right by our people, Honorable Speaker. We must ensure that we have sorted health care for our people at the local level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I speak, there are very many facilities across this country, and in specific, Kavoti Level 1 facility in Kirinyaga County, Mutembei dispensary. Honorable Speaker, as a member of parliament, you go and your people ask you to ensure that they have medicine, and you try to walk them through that it is a county government function, Honorable Speaker. And unfortunately, enough civic education was not done for them to know the differentiation in roles and duties, Honorable Speaker. We demand, as this House, that healthcare must be sorted out, Honorable Speaker. And if the county governments can no longer manage healthcare, let it be the prerogative of the national government, Honorable Speaker, because that is a crucial and important matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've also requested that I address the issue of the judiciary allocation at the county, to the county government, Honorable Speaker. And I believe that I had right. The chair said that these are only emanating from fines that are confined within breach of county laws, Honorable Speaker. And what we must demand, it is that those monies allocated to county governments must translate to service delivery for our people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Andrew Okuome, MP for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Now, one question I ask myself, and maybe Mr. Speaker would ask, is that why was devolution created? Have we really gone anywhere with devolution? Or has it been a negativity? Mr. Speaker, we have spent a lot of money on devolution, but the result is very minimal. I know my colleagues have mentioned, and it is true, that the impact that devolution has created is not commensurate with the money that has been spent on them. 380 billion shareable revenue is going to them. That money is not a small amount, it is quite huge. And then, as we discussed today, we want to give them additional allocation. Allocation to cover various items which I hope can spur development in this country. I have in mind, in particular, the industrial park. The potential in industrial park can create a big difference and a large number of youth in employment. If they do not aim at this, then I don't even see why this money should be given to them. But I congratulate the Budget and Appropriation Committee for having thought it wise that they allocate a big amount like this one in order that our people can actually come out of the problem we are in. All of us are aware of the 2 months ago when when a problem started with us. The Gen Zs were out in the streets. I don't need to say anything on that because we all know it. The only thing I can add...
Honorable Kumede.
Yeah.
Let me register my appreciation to all of you for having been in the House up to this late. The Honorable John Waluke, the Honorable John Kiragu, the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, the Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, the Honorable Samson Chimba, I see Honorable Dorothy Kiara, and the great MPs I'm seeing Honorable Kirima, and the Honorable Charity Katambi. I regret we operate under the rules, and once it hits 7, you have to adjourn. You are noted for contributions when this matter will be scheduled next, hopefully by tomorrow. Honorable Andrew Okume Adepo, you'll have 7 more minutes to contribute, and you'll be the first when it is called to continue. Honorable members, the time being 7:02 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 14th August 2024 at 9:30 a.m.